sponsored by Dell Small Business.
Deborah Rodriguez. Tens of thousands of people in Moore County, North Carolina are waking up to lights and cold refrigerators for the first time in 5 days. Power is back after last weekend's shootings at 2 power substations. But there's word of shots fired near another Duke Energy facility, this one in South Carolina. Kershaw County Sheriff Lee Bowen.
The people at the scene said that it was a car that went by. They did not shoot at them, but someone was shooting out of the passenger side window. It wasn't toward the power plant or anything with the dam. It was just toward the woods.
No suspects in either of the Carolina incidents. More documents from the Trump White House have turned up at a storage facility near Mar-a-Lago. The former president's lawyers have turned them over to the FBI. Loyola Law's Lori Levinson.
These particular 2 documents that were found are classified documents, and that raises serious concerns about whether matters involving national security are out there for other individuals who are not authorized to review.
Police in Moscow, Idaho are looking for a white Hyundai Elantra in the deaths of 4 college students. CBS's Matt Piper reports.
The department says it has an unknown license plate. Detectives believe whoever was inside the car may have critical information to share regarding the murders from November 13th. They are not giving any other information besides saying the vehicle was in the area of the home where the students were killed. The murder weapon has not been found, and there are no suspects.
The Wall Street Journal reports Apple plans to step up data encryption, and it's raising new concerns. Correspondent Linda Kenyon.
It's designed to keep secure most data stored in iCloud. It would protect that data against hackers, but it could create some headaches for law enforcement and governments because that data would no longer be accessible to them, even with a warrant.
For more than 100 years, it billed itself all the news that's fit the print, but it's not being written by reporters at the New York Times. They're on strike. CBS's Dan Lieberman from New York.
The 24-hour walkout is the result of ongoing contract negotiations over wage increases and remote work policies. Employees are planning to hold a rally this afternoon outside the newspaper's offices near Times Square.
Amid the claims of royal mistreatment, there are tender moments in Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's Netflix docuseries that debuted today.
This is a great love story. And the craziest thing is that I think this love story is only just getting started.
There's home video of 3-year-old Archie watching a sunset.
How would you describe it, Archie?
Like it's all beautiful.
It's so beautiful.
S&P Futures up 9. This is CBS News.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals start now with specials on select business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Call 877-ASK-DELL.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Doug. Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it!
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets!
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
A high honor for a celebrated baseball broadcaster.
Pat Hughes has called Chicago Cubs games on radio for 27 seasons, including their 2016 World Series winning year.
The Cubs come pouring out of the dugout, jumping up and down like a bunch of delirious 10-year-olds. The Cubs have done it.
A Hall of Fame committee has awarded Hughes the Frick Award, presented to an outstanding broadcaster each year. Hughes becomes the third Cubs announcer to be honored by the Hall, following Jack Prickhouse and Harry Carey. Cubs chair Tom Ricketts says no one is more deserving. Peter King, CBS News.
Coca-Cola is getting into the movie business for Christmas. It's teamed up with Imagine Entertainment and Amazon to produce 3 short holiday films. One is about Christmas decorating that reignited a love story in Paris. Another features a showdown between Santa and a vampire. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Did you know there's a conservative advocacy and benefits organization with over 2 million members and counting? It's AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Hi, this is Mary Walter. Here are 3 reasons why you should consider joining AMAC right now. First, AMAC saves you money, from discounts on travel and lodging, cell phones and plans, access to insurance products, and more. Joining AMAC is a powerful tool against inflation. Second, with a bi-monthly magazine, daily website content, podcasts with America's thought leaders, and an app that delivers insightful coverage of the issues that matter most. AMAC is a trusted source of information. And third, the reason that people say is their favorite is that AMAC fights for your conservative values on Capitol Hill. With more than 2 million members, AMAC is a voice that cannot be ignored, working tirelessly to preserve the freedoms secured by our Constitution. Go to amac.us/liberty and join today. That's amac.us/liberty. amac.us/.
Injuries and illnesses that require immediate attention can happen anytime, any day of the week. That's why TJ Urgent Care is open daily, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Their team of doctors and nurse practitioners are highly trained in caring for your family's urgent health care needs. With on-site lab, radiology, and pharmacy, TJ Urgent Care provides the ultimate convenience. No appointment is needed, and TJ Urgent Care is open 7 days a week. TJ Urgent Care, located at the TJ Health Pavilion in Glasgow. TJ Urgent Care, total local care.
The share it with a friend deal, even if that friend is yourself. Your McDonald's, your rules.
Who says the perfect friendship doesn't exist? Get 20-piece Chicken McNuggets and a basket of fries for only $8.99. Share it with a friend or many friends. Only at McDonald's. For a limited time, prices and participation may vary. Single item at regular price. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
You know you can depend on WCLU for local news on the air, online, on demand at WCLUradio.com.
Well, let's get rolling right here. It is Thursday morning, the 8th day of December, and we've got to get forward right here and take a good look at some birthdays and take a good look at the WCLU weather forecast here. Just a whole lot of stuff to talk about on Good Morning Live. First things first, it's still quite warm for, if you study the calendar, it's still quite warm because we have 51 degrees here from the studios of WCLU. And we've had rain. Let's see. When we look at the rain gauge right here, overnight we have had, my notes, we've had 6,900 of an inch of rain. So we've had some rain rolling in here, but let's talk about the birthdays first. I want to do a good deed to that. Margie Thompson has a birthday today. Also Elizabeth Peden, Diane White, Clara Stilts, Jenny Howe, Mark Hunt. We have Logan Von Holten. Logan is 14 today. Manny Flores has a birthday, and Manny is turning 26. Patty Goodson with a birthday today, too. Nice folks on the birthday list. Room on the paper for this Thursday, December the 8th, 651-9149, 800-956-1023. And online here, it's a really simple click at WCLUradio.com. Birthdays and anniversaries, we are here for you this morning for sure. Now at 6:09, we are looking at the WCLU forecast for the day. And first things first, we've got showers, some patchy fog throughout the day today with a high of 57. The rain chance is going to be 90%. For tonight, showers likely, cloudy with a low of 53, and the precip chance is 60%. Friday, there's a 40% chance of showers before noon, high of 62. It'll be mostly cloudy all throughout the day on Friday. Friday night, mostly cloudy with a low of 41. And then on Saturday, it's a 40% chance of afternoon showers, cloudy, and a high of 55 degrees. We have a lot of rain headed our direction. Like I said, we've had 6,900 of an inch of rain in the overnight, and the constant coverage in studio radar stream is showing more shower activity coming through the greater Clarksville area in northwest Tennessee, crossing crossing into Kentucky, about Guthrie, Kentucky, and it kind of fallen apart a little bit. We just have some little patches of rain, but it's a little more organized in northwest Tennessee as it sort of meanders into Kentucky this morning. We'll be watching that. Again, 6,900, 1 inch of rain in the bucket, 100% humidity, northeast winds at 11 miles an hour. Pressure's way up at 30.25 this morning.
It's a whole new way to manage your Glasgow EPB services. At the all-new GlasgowEPB.com, you can take care of paying your bill online like always, but you can also request or transfer your Glasgow EPB services, access customer support guides, easily sign up for GEPB alerts, and learn about all available products and programs. So check it out today, GlasgowEPB.com.
This holiday at Metro by T-Mobile, get a free 5G tablet for the whole family. Wait, is that Luis Fonsi?
Imagine even more savings in more video calling, more sharing every memory. So happy together.
Enjoy a free 5G tablet after rebate with unlimited HD when you add a tablet line for only $30. Only at Metro. If congested, customers using greater than 35 gigabytes per month may notice reduced speeds plus tax via rebate on virtual prepaid MasterCard after third monthly payment. See store for details.
Good morning. It's Thursday, December 8th, 2022, 6:11 and 51 degrees. Hope you're doing well today, and welcome to WCLU Local News. I'm Brennan Crane in the seat, joining you once again here. Again, wet out there this morning, rain continuously falling overnight and into the morning. We'll see that all through today. In fact, as you've already heard, the forecast looking like it's going to be much like already this week, rain and not so much cool, but still it's going to be rainy out there. So do prepare for that. Well, the Barron County Board of Education is set to meet in a regular meeting this afternoon. That's going to begin at their normal time, 5:30 p.m. there at the Board of Education along Trojan Way here in Glasgow. They do have several things on their agenda in recognitions tonight. Looks like the student of the month is Malala Burton, who is a 7th grader at Barron County Middle School. Classified Employee of the Month that will be recognized, it's BCMS custodian Crystal Bryant, and Certified Employee of the Month as well is going to be Reva Bland, who is also a Barron County Middle School teacher. Outstanding service recognitions, it'll go to Stacy Manyard's FMD classroom with Raymond Wooten, Memory Sturgeon, and Michaela Turner. They're also going to be going over the KEMI Award. Now, under the business items and consent items specifically, as they put it, several things there that are a bit typical. Out-of-state and overnight travel, personnel reports, bills, salaries, and accounts. And under action items, there are 3. There's an approve an auditor's report, a comprehensive school improvement plan and comprehensive district improvement plan, and approving and reviewing the targeted support and improvement plans for Park City Elementary School, Barron County Middle and High School. They'll also be going to a closed session. They do not note, though, on the agenda specifically why they're going into that closed session. Ideally, they would be talking about that at the meeting and giving that proper statute as to why they are going into that closed meeting. Again, those are open to the public. You can attend that 5:30 today. It is going to be along Trojan Way here in Glasgow, 600 Trojan Way specifically. Across the region, schools are on alert after an apparent threat that was made in Warren County and Allen County, according to a letter released yesterday evening by Rob Clayton, who is the superintendent of Warren County Schools. The letter states that there had been some sort of threat online that was received to a Lexington-based website. That happened last night. Now, Mr. Clayton writing, quote, "This evening I received notice of a potential safety threat that includes staff and students of 3 area high schools, Bowling Green High School, Warren Central High School, and Allen County Scottsville High School, and the Senators Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul. There is no specific date or time of the threat," unquote. Now, according to this letter from Superintendent Clayton, the Bowling Green Police Department is working in conjunction with the FBI to determine the origin of that message. Excuse that interruption. According to the letter that was published by Rob Clayton, there is going to be extra patrol at Warren County schools today, along with those Bowling Green police officials. And over in Allen County, Scottsville High School, we understand that they are going to be closed today due to this threat. Now, it's a little bit unclear why Allen County Scottsville High School decided to close while the Warren County schools decided to remain open. But again, both schools are giving you that indication that if there is something that you see, they urge you to say something, and you can call 866-393-6659. And again, you can contact the Warren County Public Schools there at 781-5150. So again, those are for our folks there in Warren County, Allen County, Scottsville High School. Those folks there, the Allen County school system, it looks like the high school will be closed today, and Warren County Public Schools, they will remain open, but there is a catch there. They are going to have extra patrol there on campus. According to a new report, a significant number of the state's youths are institutionalized, and not because of a need for intensive supervision, but because kinship or foster families aren't available. More from Nadia Ramlagan on this important matter.
The pandemic pushed Kentucky's child welfare agencies and workforce to its limits. And after the recent deaths of children in the state's residential facilities, advocates are calling for reforms. In 2020, more than 8,000 children in the Commonwealth were placed in foster care. Tamara Vest is a graduate student in social work at the University of Kentucky. She says prevention is the best strategy.
Catching things upstream so that you don't have to remove children from their homes, but you're able to help families get the resources that they need so that separation doesn't occur.
Roughly 10% of Kentucky's foster care kids live in a group home or institution. Nadia Ramlagan reporting.
And according to the County Government Center here in Barron County, looks like all county roads that were previously closed due to high waters, they were reopened yesterday afternoon. That alert coming from the County Government Center there about 1:30 p.m. Now again, rain has continued to fall overnight. So as we said yesterday at this time, those roadways were closed at that point. They could be reclosing or reopening. It's all a gamble at this point because crews do work to get that water out of the area. But again, sometimes they only have to have one thing, and that's just to wait for it to dry out. So continuously watch that. We'll have updates on that. Stay tuned here on the air and at our social media outlets and website. We have information there about this, but we'll let you know if any more of those closings happen over the next few hours or even the next few days. No activity on this morning's 911 activity report. 6:17's the time. It's 51 degrees. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
Everybody wants to feel good about their pharmacy, but in the quest for good health, price does become a factor. In Glasgow, we have a pharmacy that has been able to combine customer service with the lowest possible price day in and day out. That pharmacy is Park Avenue Pharmacy. Ask your friends. They'll tell you that when comparing the price of prescription drugs time and time again, Park Avenue Pharmacy is the lowest price. And with full-time pharmacists and friendly faces you know, you should request the prescriptions be filled at Park Avenue Pharmacy. Park Avenue Pharmacy is located in the Park Avenue Shopping Center, easy to get to from anywhere. Phone 651-5156. You can get low prices and full service. Simply trust Park Avenue Pharmacy in Glasgow.
I thought learning a language would be too much work. Then I discovered Babbel. They make learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes, quick and easy. And soon, you turn and realize, hey, I'm starting to speak another language. How'd that happen? Como si fuera magia.
My friend from Italy said my accent and pronunciation is perfect. It's because Babbel's lessons are designed by language teachers and voiced by real native speakers. Each lesson is like living in another country for 15 minutes.
I love that there's all kinds of ways to learn. Babbel's podcast or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
You learn words and phrases you actually use in real conversations.
In 3 weeks, I was starting to speak in another language. So easy.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than Babbel.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Welcome back to WCLU News. Today, it's Thursday, December 8th, 51 degrees. Hope you're doing well today. Look outside. It's a bit rainy out there, and traffic is starting to pick up here downtown, but still a little bit early for folks. But still remember that as you're getting out, do use a little bit of extra caution today. Those roadways have not really had any chance to dry out. They've been pretty wet the last few days because it has rained in this area, and that goes without saying. Now, moving forward, looks like the chance of rain today still a high one. And our next chance of tapering off could be, hopefully, by tomorrow evening. Today, still a 100% chance of showers, and that's mainly before 3 this afternoon. Maybe tapering off just a bit in the evening, but still a 40% chance. For the day Friday, looks like a 30% chance of rain, and by Friday evening, mostly cloudy with a low of 42. Now, looking ahead toward the rest of the weekend, Sunday, looks like there's going to be a chance that we'll actually have a pretty decent day that day, partly sunny and a high near 52 degrees, and getting back into the work week next week. The next chance of showers on Tuesday. So, looks like Monday will be a nice day for you. Keep that in mind and plan ahead. Well, the city of Glasgow is now on its second round of leaf collection here in the city limits, and they are wrapping up with Zone 1 collection this week. Now, Zone 1 are folks that are in the areas of Beverly Drive, Cottage Court, Carver Court, Floral Drive, Foster Manor, Hume Way, Leach Court, Prestwick Drive, Moore Court, Sheila Drive, Sam Terry Avenue, Tartan Way, Trimble Avenue, Uncle John's Lane, and Wingate Avenue. Those are just a few of the handful of addresses there in Zone 1 collection. If you recall, this started back in November, and the city said they would be collecting across 4 zones, and then they would go back to that Zone 1 and go through the 4 zones again in the month of December. That's what they're doing. Starting next Monday, they'll be collecting in Zone 2, which is really a larger zone in the city, and that includes folks like Beaver Trail, Cumberland Street, Country Club Estates, Fox Hollow Road, Insminger Drive, Happy Valley Road, Hillcrest Street, Kentucky Street, Hummingbird Lane, Maple Avenue, North Honeysuckle Lane, Reagan Lane, Softball Drive, Robin Drive, Sampson Street, Tanglewood Drive, Valley View Drive, Virginia Avenue, Walnut Street, and Winter's Circle. So again, those are just a handful. We have this info at our website there for you to be reminded of that, and they're going to collect zones 3 and 4 later on this month. If you have any questions, you can call the DPW 270-651-5977. In other news this hour, Kentucky's governor says Democrats have a better chance of connecting with rural voters when they talk about the things people need and the ways they can help them. Governor Andy Beshear says the first thing for candidates is to show they care about rural voters and their concerns. The Democratic governor made the comments Wednesday in an interview with the Associated Press. Beshear says his party's candidates need to show up with a core message centered on good jobs, access to quality health, and good public schools. Rural votes have abandoned the Democratic Party in droves in recent elections. Kentucky officials say they'll be using $2.5 million in grants to study flood mitigation strategies in some of the areas that saw historic flooding in 2021. Governor Andy Beshear's office says the money to fund a study about the Kentucky River in Beattyville and portions of Lee County, including federal and state money. Half is from a federal earmark secured by U.S. Representative Hal Rogers for the Army Corps of Engineers, while the state's half comes from Kentucky's flood control local match participation program. Rogers has requested another federal earmark of $800,000 for the study in fiscal year 2023. And to wrap up today, Great Smoky Mountains National Park in Tennessee. Officials say they have finished a plan that sets out rules for touring the park by air. A park news release says the plan allows up to 946 air tours per year on 6 routes over the park and up to a half mile outside the park's boundary at an altitude higher than 2,600 feet. There were 946 air tours over the park annually on average from 2017 to 2019. The plan's parameters, they kick in within 90 days of the plan's signing. Officials say the park is among 24 in the national park system for which agencies are developing air tour management plans voluntary agreements. 6:24 is your time. It's 51 degrees. Rainy out there, not going anywhere. 100% chance today. It's Thursday, December 8th. Stick around. Still much more information ahead. And reach out to us online, WCLUradio.com. We'd love to hear from you.
News, weather, sports, and more. Weekdays on Good Morning Live and Local on WCLU at WCLUradio.com and Facebook.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
The Federal Trade Commission wants Kentuckians to be aware of scam artists, in particular those preying on immigrants and minority communities. The FTC held a roundtable discussion in Louisville Wednesday. Scott Schaefer of the Louisville Metro Police Department's Financial Crimes Unit explains a rental-type scam to WOKY-TV.
The person who claims the only apartment will be like, hey, you need to send the first month's payment to this, and they do, and then they go to the apartment and it's locked. It was a scam artist. They didn't even own the apartment to rent.
The FTC reports in 2021, Americans lost nearly $6 billion to scammers. Changes are coming to Kentucky's sales tax. The changes start at the beginning of the new year. It will impact over 30 services, which could include utilities for some people across the Commonwealth. Exemptions are available for some Kentuckians who are eligible to avoid the 6% sales tax added to water, sewer, and electric bills. A form to apply for the exemption can be found on the Kentucky Department of Revenue website. The remains of a fetus were found in Scott County. Haley Hansen has the details.
The Scott County Sheriff's Office started investigating after a detective found the remains on a property on Paris Pike Tuesday. Authorities say the fetus had been buried recently in a shallow grave. The remains have since been sent to the Kentucky State Police Lab for further testing.
The University of Louisville is expected to announce a familiar name later today as the new football head coach. A media conference is set for 4 p.m., where it's expected to announce Jeff Brom as the Cardinals' next leader of the football program. I'm Sean McCormick.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Well, health coverage fans, this is the matchup we've all been waiting for, where you find quality, affordable coverage that's right for you and your family through Connect. And it's about the simplest play you can make. Just go to connect.ky.gov/health coverage and get started. Now, more people than ever will qualify and save more by enrolling through Connect. So get off the bench and in the game anytime between now and January 15th. Team Kentucky for the win. Connect. Together for a better Kentucky.
Wouldn't you love to have all your favorite holiday songs about impaired driving in one place? Well, now you can with the Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over Holiday Collection. Here's what you get. It's beginning to look a lot like jail time. DUI won't be home for Christmas. There's no place like jail for the holidays. Deck the halls, but don't wreck your car. The 12 days of jail time. Joy to the world. You plan to ride. And many more. Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over.
In my family, I'm the planner. From the weekly grocery list to the family vacation. Everything. All the details. Though planning for the end was something I left off my list. Then a friend told me about South Central Kentucky Monuments in Glasgow. She said even though it wasn't on her to-do list, seeing them was one of the best planning decisions she'd ever made. South Central Kentucky Monuments showed her the different options they have available, even an image of the finished monument. And since South Central Kentucky Monuments does all the stone carving in-house, it cost much less than she expected. They made the process easy to create the exact memorial she wanted. So my husband and I made a plan to see them. We are so happy with our decision. We encouraged our family and friends to do the same. It'll be the best planning decision you ever make.
Buy direct and save money at South Central Kentucky Monuments at the corner of East Front Street and Columbia Avenue. Family owned in Glasgow since 2010.
When we lost Frank, we lost a good friend. Father, husband, colleague, and coach. He meant a lot to all of us. Today, we had a chance to tell him that.
When someone close to you passes on, you want to commemorate their life in a special way. That's why individual requests are such an important part of our funeral services. We strive to meet your specific needs for the most fitting service for your loved ones. A.F. Crow & Son Funeral Home, a celebration of love.
You're listening to Good Morning Live on WCLU and the Big Willie. We are at 29 minutes after 6 o'clock and 51 degrees. Still, the rain slowed down. We're still at 69 hundredths. for the last 24 hours, but some more rain's on the radar screen. We'll talk about that here in just a few moments as we move forward here on the 6 o'clock morning edition. In area funeral announcements this hour, Stephen Richard Jackson, 72, of Glasgow, died Tuesday at T.J. Sampson Community Hospital. He was the son of the late William Richard Jackson and Lucille Dismond Jackson. He was a member, clerk, Sunday school teacher, and deacon of Dover Baptist Church at Haywood. He was an avid sportsman, a bass fisherman, a UK fan, Green Bay Packer fan, and Barron County Trojan fan. He was retired from Eaton Axle and from the Dana Corporation. Steve was saved as a young boy and loved the church and his church family. He is survived by his wife, Betty Spillman Jackson, 2 daughters, Sonia Hammer and Stefania Coots, 4 grandchildren, Stone Hammer, Ashley Hammer, Summer Coots Martin, Jackson Coots, a brother, Kelly R. Jackson, 3 sisters, Janie L. Tharp, Carlotta F. Short, and Lisa G. Crane, best friend Bobby Lyons, several nieces, nephews, great-nieces, and great-nephews. The funeral service for Stephen Jackson will be Saturday at 1 at the Hatcher and Sadler Funeral Home with burial in the Glasgow Municipal Cemetery. Visitation will be from 4 until 8 Friday at the funeral home, and after 10 a.m. Saturday until the funeral hour. Robin Gail Kinsey, age 62, of Burkesville, died Monday at the Cumberland County Hospital. She was born in 1960 to the late Shirley Gertley Noe and Tommy Noe. She is survived by a daughter, Christy Clark of Shepherdsville, 2 grandchildren, Hannah Nicole Hodge and Trenton Lucas Hodge, both of Shepherdsville, a great-grandchild, Levi Ryder Webb, sisters Rhonda K. Reed of Burkesville, Sonia Gay Harris of Burkesville, and Tanya Renee Green of Shepherdsville, a brother, Stuart Dwayne Noe of Shepherdsville as well. The funeral service for Robin Kinsey will be Sunday at 11 at McMurtry Funeral Home, with burial to follow in the Cary Cemetery. Visitation will be Saturday from 10 until 7 and continuing on Sunday until the funeral hour at 11. In lieu of flowers, donations can be made to the McMurtry Funeral Home for expenses and can be made at the funeral home. Loretta Ann Stone, age 80, of Glasgow, died Tuesday. A lifelong Baptist, she was most recently a member of the First United Methodist Church, where she attended with her husband. Upon graduating from WKU in 1962, Loretta began work as an Allen County Extension agent before beginning her educational career as a home economics teacher for the Barron County school system. During her teaching career, she was an active teacher delegate at the local, district, and state levels. She completed her rank 1 degree and eventually retired as a guidance counselor at Barron County High School. As a young adult, Loretta was an active member of the Calvary Baptist Church, serving as Sunday school teacher and a VBS director, along with various committee memberships. Loretta's retirement gave her the opportunity to enjoy the 2 hobbies she loved most, traveling and golfing. Loretta is survived by her husband, Robert W. Stone, her son, Lex Lindsay, and wife, Joanna, her daughter, Laura Markham, and husband, Steve. Her grandchildren, Kelsey Mannion, Grant Markham, and Hallie Anna Lindsay. Funeral service for Loretta Ann Stone will be Friday morning at 10 at the A.F. Crow & Son Funeral Home, with burial in the Glasgow Municipal Cemetery. Visitation begins this afternoon at 5 p.m. Expressions of sympathy can be made in the form of donations to the Shanti Niketan Hospice Home. Marilyn June Estes Norris, age 83, of Summershade, died Tuesday at Signature Healthcare of Monroe County. She worked at Belton and Tompkinsville and was a member of the Oak Hill Church of Christ. She is survived by a son, Dwight Norris of Summershade, a granddaughter, Amanda Van Camp of Summershade, grandson, Billy Norris of Summershade, 3 great-grandchildren, Carson and Connor Van Camp and Gracie Norris. Also surviving, 2 sisters, Jeanette Fierce of Summershade and Mary Nell Hurt of Wabash, Indiana, a brother, Jimmy Estes of Indianapolis. The service for Marilyn June Estes will be, services for Marilyn June Estes Norris will be Friday at 11 o'clock at the McMurtry Funeral Home, with burial to follow in the Summershade Cemetery. Visitation begins at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Service for Samuel Wayne Trowbridge, 86, of Cave City, will be Friday at 1 o'clock at A.F. Crow & Son Funeral Home, with burial to follow in the Asbury Cemetery, with military honors provided by DAV Chapter 20. Visitation will be today from 2 until 8 and on Friday morning until the funeral hour. Service for Angela K. Hayes, 47, will be at 2 o'clock Friday at Butler Funeral Home with burial to follow in the Van Zant Cemetery. Visitation begins at 9:30 on Friday morning. Service for Carrie Mae Riley Dennison, age 82, of Hart County, will be held today at 1 o'clock at Servant Valley United Baptist Church. Burial to follow in the Horse Cave Municipal Cemetery under the direction of the Wynn Funeral Home. Service for Carolyn Blair, 65, of Cave City, will be today at 1 o'clock at Patton Funeral Home's Cave City Chapel, interment of the Locust Grove Cemetery. Service for Charlotte Pursley Blakely, 72, of Glasgow, will be today at 1 o'clock at Hatcher and Sadler Funeral Home, with burial to follow in the Happy Valley Memorial Gardens. Service for Connie Lynn Martin, 53, of Edmonton, will be today at 1 o'clock at Butler Funeral Home, burial in the G. Harvey Cemetery. Obituary information is available 24 hours a day free at WCLUradio.com and on the WCLU app. No login is necessary. It's important to know you can send unique designs at a price you can afford when you send a design created by Jeff's Country Florist. And if you can't seem to find that one-of-a-kind unique gift, then come see us at Jeff's Country Florist. These great designs and gifts are available for local delivery or in-store pickup. Stop by and browse our showroom at 4911 Scottsville Road in Glasgow. We're open Monday through Friday, 9 till 5, Saturdays, 9 till noon. Let's talk. 270-678-3575. There's only one Jeff's Country Florist.
The reasons to treat yourself to a frozen drink from McDonald's go on and on and on. It's more than a drink. It's a McDonald's drink.
These new frozen carbonated beverage flavors like Coke, Fanta Blue Raspberry, or Fanta Wild Cherry just hit all the refreshing spots. Give the small size a try for $1.59. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Coca-Cola and Fanta are registered trademarks of the Coca-Cola Company.
Let's turn to local sports. We have a change in the schedule for tonight. The Glasgow Lady Scotty basketball team is going to host Todd Central tonight at Scotty Gym. Now, this is going to be a varsity-only contest tonight. The game time starts at 6:30. You can join us for the broadcast of the game at 6:20 on WCLU 103.1 and 1490 on Willie 94.1 and 102.3 and online at WCLUradio.com or the WCLU app. Also in girls action tonight, Allen County Scottsville welcomes Russellville. That's a check of local sports.
This weather update brought to you by Apollo PC in Glasgow.
Ugh, why is this thing so slow?
Is your slow computer frustrating, but you don't want to pay the money for a new one? Well, check this out.
Hi, I'm Chris from Apollo PC. Nothing runs better than a new computer. Our refurbished models are practically good as new. Right now, get a complete computer system with monitor, keyboard, mouse, and speakers running Windows 7 for only $300. Or if you prefer a laptop, we have fully refurbished models for only $250. And we wouldn't put the Apollo name on it if they weren't top-notch.
Search faster with Apollo PC. Chain Drive in Glasgow next to Sweetheart Bakery.
And yes, we're going to talk about the weather right now. As a service of Apollo PC, they keep your computer running in the right direction, and they do it very well at Apollo PC. Well, we've had rain this morning, 6,900. So I'm looking at let me just go ahead and give you the numbers of the forecast before we get too heavy into the radar screen. Today, showers, patchy fog, and the fog could be off and on all throughout the day. The rain chance is 90%. Tonight, showers likely, cloudy, a low of 53. The precip chance tonight is 60%. Friday, a 40% chance of showers before noon and a high of 62. Friday night, cloudy and 41. Saturday, a 40% chance of showers afternoon, mostly cloudy and a high of 55 degrees. Now, let me skip over here to the WCLU constant coverage and studio radar screen. Still, most of the rain is really south of the Kentucky-Tennessee line. If you want to go right and get into heavy stuff, go to Portland, Tennessee, and cross back into Kentucky. You'll see it all knocking on the door there around Franklin, Kentucky, on up into the Russellville area, just to the west of Bowling Green right now, but it'll be kind of ugly headed down I-65 this morning. Then some heavier showers all the way into Nashville in northern Tennessee. That's all moving out of the way, but some more showers in the back. We still have in the rain gauge 6,900, 7-inch, 0.69, 100% humidity, northeast winds at 11 miles an hour. Pressure still up there at 30.25, 51 degrees downtown. Weather brought to you by Apollo PC. Glasgow. We have birthdays to share, but first, we got to get caught up on ag news from Brownfield, brought to you by Best One Tire.
Hello, I'm Larry Lee with Ag Headline News on Brownfield. Jim Mintert with the Purdue University Center for Commercial Agriculture says farmer sentiment is unchanged in their latest survey, and it's not likely to change in 2023 because of farm input costs.
42% said higher input costs is their number one concern. 21% chose rising interest rates.
More news right after this.
Hello, everyone. This is Joe and Rachel Dotson from Best One Tire in Glasgow.
We wanted to personally thank you for supporting our tire and repair business at 100 Shawn Lane.
Many of our customers come to us for ag and truck tire, but did you know we are capable of serving any size car or pickup?
With over 300 stores behind us, our buying power means we can pass on to you the very best pricing in our area.
We have many tires and tubes in stock, and we can do alignments on just about anything that rolls.
I was raised in Metcalfe County. After being away for a few years, Joe and I brought our family back to the area, and nothing brings us greater pleasure than servicing our neighbors when they are broke down in the field or on the road. We are here for you. We want to help you by taking the stress out of buying your next tires. We will work with any budget, anytime.
Come in and find out why we are the fastest growing tire company in Glasgow. We love this business. We love this town. Pretty soon you will be coming to our new store out on Highway 90 right here in Glasgow.
Best One Tire and Service, creating one raving fan at a time.
Jeff Peterson with Heartland Farm Partners tells Brownfield he expects the 2023 corn acres to top 94 million, an increase of nearly 4.5%.
We believe that the farmers are more confident that they can go ahead and raise a bigger, more consistent yield on corn than they can on soybeans.
Greg Beck with CGB Enterprises says he's keeping a close eye on how Brazil's corn crop and soybean crops will affect demand for U.S. crops.
If China doesn't need soybeans, there's going to be demand, and same with corn.
Wisconsin farmer and volunteer firefighter Brent Sinkula tells Brownfield many municipalities use a national test to allow medics to use their skills on local volunteer fire departments, but the test is hurting recruiting.
Some EMS people are throwing up their hands and saying, I'm not doing it. I've gone through my basic training. I've done all my refreshers, and now you're throwing another level of bureaucracy and test taking on there. It's turning people away for a volunteer organization.
I'm Larry Lee, Brownfield.
Dozers, tractors, cranes, loaders, and dump trailers are what I use to get the job done, and they better work when I need them to. That's why I see the professionals at Joseph A. Wade Incorporated in Glasgow. Winter is when I have them check all the cylinders and hoses I use. Big cylinders, like hydraulic ones. If they need repair, I know I can trust Joseph A. Wade Incorporated to do the job right. They have the brains and the equipment to tear down, rebuild, and test all types of hydraulic and air cylinders. 8-inch board of 14 feet long, single, double, even 5-stage. They can do whatever cylinder repair or rebuild I have, so I'm ready to go every spring. And custom hydraulic hoses, bolts and nuts, drill bits, valves, tools, and whatever else me and other contractors, farmers, manufacturing companies, and businesses need to keep our operations running smoothly every year. See them now. Winter won't last forever. Joseph A. Wade Incorporated, located in the curve of Industrial Drive in Glasgow.
Got to tell you about some birthday honorees today right here on WCLU. 51 degrees as we move forward. Did you know that Leslie Young Shives has a birthday today? That's Leslie Young Shives having a birthday. Proud grandmama Chance Beals called up to wish Chance a happy 23rd birthday. Miss Patty Goodson celebrates. Manny Flores is 26. Logan Von Holton turns 14. Mark Hunt with a birthday. Jenny Howe. Clara Stilts. Diane White. Elizabeth Peden. Margie Thompson. Is that an all-star lineup of birthdays? And, well, there's no anniversaries yet, but is that an all-star lineup? Yes, it is. 651-9149, 800-956-1023, and online we're here for you at WCLUradio.com. It is by special request Debbie Pruitt Day here on the radio. If you happen to see Debbie Pruitt around today, let's pat her on the back and remind her she's good as gold. From WCLU and a little taste of Texas, 644.
Let me ask you something.
What do you see when you look at your home and your car? Do you see a bundle, a combo deal? That's how other insurance companies see them. But a State Farm agent sees so much more, because a State Farm agent sees your home and your car as more than just four walls and four wheels. They see the things you've worked really hard for. So why not give them the protection they deserve? Call State Farm agent Mike Bryant in Glasgow at 270-651-3608.
A message from the South Green Street Church of Christ.
We're all familiar with the man Benjamin Franklin. Ben Franklin was considered one of our country's founding fathers. The story is told of him that back when he lived in Philadelphia, he recognized the need for street lights. Now, this is something that you and I take for granted these days, but on Franklin Street there were no lights. So what he did was he quietly took action. One day he erected a post in front of his home and had a lantern on top. At dusk he lit the lantern, but said nothing about it. After 3 or 4 nights, a neighbor followed suit, then another, and then another. Soon the whole street was lighted and it spread across town. Franklin's example set a simple but effective precedent. It sent a powerful message. Matthew 5:16 says, "Let your light shine before others, they can see your good works and give glory to your Father in heaven." This has been Bart Warren for the South Green Street Church of Christ.
I want to remind you, South Green Street Church of Christ, 306 South Green Street in Glasgow.
Let's remind you about Bridge, Kentucky at 603 West Main Street, collecting unpackaged toys for children in need for their Christmas toy drive. They're doing it at 9 until 4:30, Tuesday through Friday of this week. Got to have the toys in, though, by this Friday. You can email bridgekentucky@gmail.com if you want to ask a question about that. Speaking of the holidays, the Glasgow Community Band presents a Christmas concert Sunday at 2 p.m. at Barron County High School Auditorium, directed by, yes, Mr. Robbie Fudge. Okay, let me get the music playing. Let's make it official right here. The archives are on the airwaves. And the one and only Sam Terry is up and running and ready to roll and ready to do some archiving here this morning. I just know it. You always hit the ground running, don't you, Sam?
It seems like it.
That's
most
right.
days.
On a good day, yes, for sure. Some days it's harder than others to get rolling. On like gloomy-looking, cloudy, misty days, like we have today. But hey, maybe we can spruce it up with some good archive information today, brought to you by Joseph A. Wade Industrial Hardware Services. That sound a good deal to you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. This was in 1922, 100 years ago this very day. And we had the news of some remains. Remains of 12 stills have been disposed of, according to the Glasgow Times here in 1922. All that was left of 12 stills, good and true, were strewn about the lobby of the courthouse here this morning, awaiting final disposition. The junk heap. Some were copper, some were made of tin. The lot embraced coffee pot still, lard can stills, and stills that were the latest thing and the last word in the business. For weeks they have been stored in the courthouse to be used as evidence, and now that there is no further use for them, they were broken up and thrown out. And a general sigh of regret was heard from some old friends as the wagon hauled them away. Just paint that picture. All those old friends of stills were taken aback when they saw the stills leave town on the wagon.
Without a doubt.
You got to dispose of them, though, for sure. Sounded like they were rough on them, too, you know?
It does. It does. I sort of get the feeling that there might have even been a crowd outside to watch that.
Could have been, that's right. Some sad, some happy, I guess. That was 100 years ago. Well, in 1932, this day in the Republican, Miss Frances Barlow, the attractive and cultured daughter of Mrs. Jenny P. Barlow, and Mr. Glenn Ropp were married in the parlor of the Cortland Hotel in Louisville last Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, and have returned to make their home at Mrs. Ropp's residence on West Washington Street. Mrs. Ropp is a graduate of Glasgow High School and Sophia Newcomb College in New Orleans. She's one of Glasgow Graded School's most popular teachers. Now, Mr. Ropp is a native of Ohio, but he's been in Glasgow for several years and has made innumerable friends. He is better known to all of us as baseball fans, including as Dick Mann, which was his professional baseball name. Great stories in there, you know. Two very, very well thought of and excellent citizens of Glasgow. Of course, Mr. Ropp was the Ropp part of Preston Ropp, but he was more famously known as quite a baseball player. And I like that nom de plume there. Hey, Dick Ropp didn't sound like too good of a name, so they made it Dick Mann was his baseball name there. And a popular fella just because of that, too, Sam.
He certainly was. They were a popular couple, and certainly left a mark on Glasgow. And, of course, many of us know the parents of a daughter named Jenny Lou and son Judge Barlow Ropp.
That's right. That's right. Well thought of is the word for sure. This day in 1942, we've got some, actually we have a welcome here in the news. Sullivan's welcomes you. This is our first year on the Glasgow market, and we hope to make many, many friends. Come in and shop for the family. Men's all-wool Mackinaws, $6.95. Heavy winter men's unions, ankle length, warm, 79 cents. 220 denim overalls, $1.29. Double bed-size cotton blankets, 79 cents. 5% wool blankets, 70 by 80, $2.98. And blue denim blanket line coats, $1.98. That sounds like quite a thrifty store coming into the market here in 1942. Sullivan's welcoming you with a lot of things for the family. And
without a doubt it was. And Sullivan's was located in the historic Morris building on the corner of the square there on East Washington Street and South Green Street. And, of course, it has had a number of businesses there over the years, but the Morrises started out in that building and constructed it. But in 1942, the Sullivan store was there.
Yeah, nice location, and sounds like a place to get warm clothing for the winter coming up. 1952, the Glasgow Times-Sam reports that over 500 farmers, their wives, and other interested persons attended the housewarming at the warehouse of the Southern States Glasgow Cooperative last weekend. Highlights of the event included drawings for 7 prizes each half hour, plus the grand prize of a 1953 refrigerator. That was won by Mrs. C.W. Hawkins of Cave City, Route 2. They did some things to get a big crowd there, it sounds like, Sam, for that Glasgow Co-op of Southern States.
Well, I'm sure that was an exciting thing. And Southern States, of course, is going strong in our community still all these years later. And I'm kind of fascinated by the fact that it was important to note that the refrigerator had a model year.
That's right.
1903.
Don't be getting one of these outdated ice boxes. You had a 1953 refrigerator. I'm sure she had that. And, you know, back in those days, they built them like tanks anyway. And they weren't too worried about electrical efficiency and things like that. They wanted to get cold and run. And I'm sure that one lasted a long time. Let's move to 1962 in the Glasgow Times. This story, the Glasgow Business and Professional Women's Club held its Christmas dinner at the Glasgow Country Club last night. The evening's entertainment was a men's chorus composed of Charlie Honeycutt, Hayes Glover, Robert A. Lessenberry, Dr. Lyle Snavely, B.C. King, Dr. Harold Cady, Hank Royce, Ernest Leach Myers, William Lyle, David Brown, and Tom Dunn. That is quite a chorus to me, Sam. I know a lot of those names in there, and I bet they could crank out some nice music.
There's no doubt about it.
It says here the group rendered beautiful Christmas music, and Dr. Carolyn McKinley presented the message for the evening based on the story called The Little Star. I bet that was a festive occasion, the Glasgow BMPW Club's Christmas party in 1962. 1972, this day, the Glasgow Times reports that Dr. John T. Bird, the executive director of the Barron River Mental Health Mental Retardation Center, has resigned his position. That will be effective January the 8th of 1973. 1982, the big news story here in the Glasgow Times is that Becky Barrick made the front page news when her co-workers posted a sign at Rye Herd's Sports Shop, which read, "Lordy, Lordy, Becky is 40. Now, you remember we had Becky's birthday on just a couple of days ago, and so I'm sure she remembers well that big 40 sign that hung up in Rye Herd's in Rye-Hurd's window, and I'm guessing if I'm putting two and two together, I think in 1982 that would have been Rye-Hurd's right over here where Shoguns is now. Would you agree with that?
I believe so.
All right. So anyway, boy, that's a high traffic count to see that sign from Miss Becky, wasn't it?
Yeah.
This day in 1992, the Barron County High School varsity academic team participated in the South Central Kentucky Academic Conference Tournament. The team, which ranked 6th out of 13th, faced Metcalfe County in the opening round of play. Members of the team are including Elizabeth Turner, Nellie Walton, Brad Barlow, Scott Wilson, Daniel Gold, and Jason Zimmerman. Quite the academics there on the Barron County High School team in 1992.
Certainly are.
I'm sorry, that was 2002. I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong date. 2002 that was. Now, what were you saying?
All people you would definitely want on your team.
All right, that's right. This day in 2012, Glasgow Scotties opened their season with a 59-41 win over the Maribyrnong Jets. Have you seen that word right there?
I did.
It's the Maribyrnong Jets, which is an Australian high school team on tour in the U.S. Taken aback by that name. Is Maribymong, the Maribyrnong Jets from Australia, and the Scotties win over the Maribyrnong Jets. I'm sure they had a good time playing that game too, and discussing things as well. All right, that's where we are, unless you know otherwise.
I think that's a nice roundup.
It is.
Century of news right there.
All the sad sacks sitting around watching the decrepit stills being hauled out of town. Plus, everybody excited about all the good things going on around here, and that's just part of what we like to do in the archives, is share the variety of things that have made a difference. And I sure appreciate you making a difference into so many folks' mornings here, Sam, on doing the archives, sir.
Always a pleasure, Henry.
Hope you have a good day, and we'll watch out. It'll be kind of a gloomy day, but we'll try to brighten it up here on the radio, and we'll talk to you tomorrow, okay?
See you.
Sam Terry here on behalf of Joseph A. Wade Industrial Hardware Services. Good folks to have on your side, whether you're running a farm, running an industry, running a business, or just doing some really neat things around the house. Joseph A. Wade, indeed.
Some things can wait. Chores, mowing the lawn. Hey, that laundry's not going anywhere. But if you're 50 or older or live with diabetes or heart disease, untreated COVID could be deadly. And if you don't get treatment within days, you might not be able to. So, got COVID symptoms? Talk to a doctor and get treatment right away, because it just can't wait. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Weather from the WCLU Weather Center. Brought to you by South Central Bank.
You work hard for your money, and South Central Bank has created a way to get your money working for you by announcing new CD rates. A 21-month CD with an APY of 3.25% is now available. That's right, a 21-month CD paying 3.25% is available right now from South Central Bank. Need a shorter term? Well, a 9-month CD will pay 2.5% APY. Minimum deposit $500. The power of these CD rates is very impressive. Come into any South Central Bank office today and get your money working for you. Remember FDIC. Penalty for early withdrawal may apply. In the WCLU Forecast Center, we've got a sort of an ugly weather day. I don't want to say ugly, but not as gorgeous as we could have. All day long, we have showers with patchy fog possible all day long, and a high of 57, and the precip chance is going to be 90% for today. Tonight, showers likely cloudy with a low of 53. Precip chance is 60% tonight. That's 40% on Friday with showers before noon, it looks like, and a high temperature up to about 62 degrees. Friday night, cloudy and 41. And then on Saturday, a 40% chance of some afternoon showers, cloudy, and a high up to about 55 degrees or so. I'm looking at the constant coverage of studio radio.
radar screen. Still most of the rain in northern Tennessee. Draw a straight line from Nashville up through Gallatin, up through Portland, up into Franklin, Kentucky. That's where the heaviest rain is. But we've got another shower that's picking up some steam here just to the southwest of the city limits of Glasgow. I'm going to zoom in on that and see if I can be a little more specific, but we're going to have the threat for that all day long. It'll be off and on, kind of like it'll be a little more intense at times than others. We've had 69/100ths of an inch of rain here in the past 24 hours. I'm double checking to make sure we haven't done another tick or two since this has moved closer to the community. Yes, we have had another tick, about 1/10 of an inch. So we're up to 79/100ths here after that shower came through here a little bit ago and still knocking on the door this morning. So be aware of that. Plan that into your morning commute. 51 WCLU weather brought to you by the good folks at South Central Bank.
Highland Pharmacy on Rogers Road in Glasgow has been a community favorite since 2012, and there's a reason for that. They consistently offer a wide range of customized services, quality care, and a commitment to you. Over-the-counter COVID tests are available and can be billed to most insurance carriers. You can also receive the COVID vaccine at Highland Pharmacy. Register at highland-pharmacy.com. That's highland-pharmacy.com. Highland Pharmacy, a community favorite since 2012.
Anderson Windows and Doors with Stormwatch protection are designed to meet building codes for coastal locations from Maine to Miami, Gainesville to Galveston, and they're on guard even when no one is home. Anderson Windows and Doors with Stormwatch protection. The uglier the weather gets, the more beautiful they become.
See the full line of Anderson Windows and Doors at Glasgow Building Supply, 31E Bypass in Glasgow. Anderson Windows. Come home to Anderson.
Lots going on in the neighborhood. We got lots to talk about here, and I'm going to jump over and tell you about some of the things. The Bridge, Kentucky at 603 West Main Street is collecting unpackaged toys for children in need. They're doing that through Friday, December the 9th. You can look at Bridge, Kentucky at Gmail for more information about that. Also want to remind you about the Cave City Christmas Parade at 4 o'clock Saturday at the Cave City Convention Center. Applications can be online at the Cave City Chamber's website. Grand Marshals of the parade, listen to this, Dr. Sherman and Sharon Ballou. And even Santa Claus is going to be on hand for a wonderful event coming up here in Cave City on Saturday. Lots of other things going on I want you to know about, and we're going to keep plugging those in throughout the day. We got to get ready to play a little bit of trivia, though, right now.
Little Caesars presents delicious duos like bacon and eggs, spaghetti and meatballs, and of course peanut butter and jelly. Now, Little Caesars brings you a large, hot and ready slices and sticks. A delicious duo featuring 4 slices of pepperoni pizza, together with 8 tasty slices of Italian cheese sticks, plus crazy sauce for only $6. Little Caesars hot and ready slices and sticks is just $6. Available every day when you walk in between 4 and 8 at Little Caesars.
Pizza. At participating locations plus tax. Prices may vary.
Bring your family to the Plaza Theater December 9th, 10th, or 11th for the holiday event of the year. Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, presented by the Far Off Broadway Players. Your favorite characters, live carols, and a live fiddler on stage. A Christmas Carol, presented by the Far Off Broadway Players, December 9th, 10th, and 11th at the Plaza Theater. Phone 270-361-2101 or visit historicplaza.com.
And you know, our Banking on Business feature this week, which we had a little technical trouble, but not to belabor the point, the Banking on Business was all about the Far Off Broadway Players, A Christmas Carol. You know, we had Director Paul Glodfelter in here talking about it, and there's been a lot of folks who have been working to make sure that A Christmas Carol comes off without a hitch, and it's going to be a very exciting, the Plaza brings so many folks to town, and there's so many folks involved in the Far Off Broadway Players, and certainly it's a really good way to really shift gears into the holiday spirit of things. I know there's good seats still available because there's always good seats at the Plaza, and just go online to historicplaza.com, and you can pick up those tickets. And you can really enjoy getting into the holiday spirit of things for the family at the Plaza Theater. And thanks to the good folks at the People's Bank, Banking on Business, pushing the good stuff around here, like the Plaza and the Far Off Broadway Players. Hey, let's stay with a Christmas theme here this morning on Trivia. 651-9149-800-956-1023. In the movie Elf, what was the first rule of the Code of Elves? Now, I know a lot of folks have seen the movie Elf, a very popular movie. And you know, if you're an elf, you have to abide by the code. They have the Code of Elves. What is the very first rule of the Code of Elves? Maybe we have some Elves fans out there and some people who practice the Code of Elves. Can you tell me what rule number 1 is in the Code of Elves? Everybody thinks they know. Let's just find out. Trivia.
Treat every day like Christmas.
That's what it is. Who is this speaking?
This is Terry Jackson.
Okay, so what do you know about elves, Terry?
Not a whole lot. Small fellers.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Treat every day like Christmas. Now, you know, you think about that. What a great way to be in a good mood when you get up every day, to treat every day like Christmas. Isn't that right, Terry?
I've said that for years. And birthday, every day should be a birthday.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you know,
every day should be treated just like, you know, every day.
Are you a Will Ferrell fan, are you, Terry?
I just know him when I see him on TV.
Yeah, and when he's dressed up like an elf, you know. He was really good.
That.
He was really good in that movie. So anyway, but you're not going to have any trouble practicing that. I'm sure that you, just knowing that you're going to treat every day like Christmas anyway, aren't you?
Well, we should, yes.
That's right.
Yes, we should.
Hang on, I'll get your address, and we'll get this information to you, okay? Wait right there, okay? Terry Jackson, that's right. It is treat every day like Christmas. It's from the motion picture Elf. That's the rule, the code of ethics for elves. Treat every day like Christmas. Not a bad mantra to hang on to right now, particularly this time of the year. Thanks to Terry. Thanks to you. We'll play tomorrow. Let's see how we do.
Good morning from Forever Communications. WCLU Glasgow, W276VO Glasgow, WLLI Muffordville, WLYE Glasgow, W253BN Glasgow. Good morning live.
CBS News Brief. Power's finally back in Moore County, North Carolina, 5 days after gun attacks on 2 Duke Energy substations. Business owner Mark Thompson.
You caused a serious crime to populace here in Moore County, and we're very upset with you people.
There's up to $75,000 in reward money for information that leads to perpetrators. Police in Idaho looking for a white Hyundai Elantra in connection with the murders of 4 college students last month. CBS's Lilia Luciano.
Authorities believe one or more occupants of the car could have critical information to help solve the case. They have not named a motive, suspect, or person of interest so far.
New papers marked classified turn up near Mar-a-Lago. Correspondent Scott McFarland has more.
A U.S. official confirms to CBS News representatives of former President Donald Trump alerted the FBI they've recovered yet another set of potentially sensitive documents.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Injuries and illnesses that require immediate attention can happen anytime, any day of the week. That's why TJ Urgent Care is open daily, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Their team of doctors and nurse practitioners are highly trained in caring for your family's urgent health care needs. With on-site lab, radiology, and pharmacy, TJ Urgent Care provides the ultimate convenience. No appointment is needed, and TJ Urgent Care is open 7 days a week. TJ Urgent Care, located at the TJ Health Pavilion in Glasgow. TJ Urgent Care, total local care.
Petco, your neighborhood farm and pet supply center, is opening December 16th. Find high-quality pet and livestock products at great prices, plus services like self-wash stations, dog training, vaccination clinics, and trusted experts on pet health and wellness at its brand new location, 141 Beaver Trail South in Glasgow. Join Petco from December 16th through the 18th for in-store games and prizes. The Petco Holiday Fest on Saturday with food trucks, DJ, photos with Santa, gingerbread workshops, holiday scavenger hunt plus giveaways. Petco has everything you need to include your pet in all the festivities this season.
Well, good day. It's Thursday, December 8th, 51 degrees, 7:08 now, and welcome to WCLU Local News. I'm Brennan Crane, joining you for the 7 o'clock morning edition. It's great to be with you today, and a rainy day out there in store for us. 100% chance of precip. Right now, we are looking at a rainy day out here on our roof cam at our radio station. We're looking eastward here on West Main Street, and you can see there toward the public square, if you're watching with us, if you're listening, we'll describe that for you. There is quite a bit of reflection on the asphalt there as the lights are on. Headlights are on this morning. Rain continues to fall. Very, very overcast out there. And we'll continue to see that lingering through today. Looks like the next chance of having a little bit of a clear out, not necessarily in the sky, but in the way of rain, hopefully by tomorrow evening. Looks like your Friday evening, it will be mostly cloudy and kicking back into the weekend. Sunday, mostly cloudy, but it is going to be pretty nice out there. Otherwise, we won't have any rain, hopefully, on Sunday. Well, schools in Warren and Allen counties are on alert this morning after an apparent threat was received online sometime Wednesday evening. Warren County School Superintendent Rob Clayton issued a statement to families detailing how the threat was received on a Lexington-based website. He said he had received notice of a potential threat to staff and students of 3 area high schools, including Bowling Green High, Warren Central High, and Allen County Scottsville High. Senators Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul were also included in the safety concern. Mr. Clayton, writing in his letter, quote, "Whether verbal, nonverbal, or on social media, we take every report or potential threat seriously," unquote. No extra law enforcement patrol is expected to be at Warren Central High and Warren Elementary due to its proximity to Warren Central. That's today. The Bowling Green Police Department, they're working with the FBI, we understand, to determine the origin of that message, the date and time of the threat. They were not specific, the letter said. Now, Allen County Scottsville High School, they released information through their social media and detailed that the entire school district would be closed today due to that threat. Law enforcement are investigating there as well, and if you have any suspicious activity to report, you're urged to do so at the Kentucky Safe School Tip Line. That's 866-393-6659 or online at safeschools.ky.gov. All that info is at our website, WCLUradio.com. And again, that goes for any school system or school across Kentucky, not just these schools specifically, though we are focusing on them this morning due to the nature of the news that they are reporting. Barron County Schools Board of Education is expected to meet in regular session this evening. That's going to be happening at 5:30 p.m. there at the Board of Education along Trojan Way. Several announcements, or as recognitions rather, as they put it on their agenda. Looks like Student of the Month that will be recognized. It'll be Malala Burton, who is a Barron County Middle School 7th grader. Classified Employee of the Month will be Crystal Bryant, who is a custodian there at the middle school. Certified Employee of the Month is Reva Bland at the middle school. She's a teacher, and outstanding service will be going to an FMD classroom belonging to Stacy Menard. That'll be recognizing Raymond Wooten, Memory Sturgeon, and Michaela Turner. They'll also be recognizing the KEMI Award. Now, under the business items here for the Board of Education, they do have 3. That's to approve an auditor's report, approve a comprehensive school improvement plan and comprehensive district improvement plan, and approve and review the targeted support and improvement plan for 3 schools, including Park City, Barron County Middle, and High Schools. Now, other agenda items, they do have a closed session listed under any other business. They don't exactly put the exact reason they'll be going into that closed session. Generally, they have to tell why. They have to state a statute, whether that be to discuss litigation, proposals, or maybe to discuss some acquisition of property. We don't have a good idea about exactly what they'll be discussing on there. But again, everyone can attend that meeting if they'd like. It is tonight, 5:30 p.m. at the Barron County Board of Education. You can make plans to attend that there. Well, the city of Glasgow is continuing its leaf collection. If you recall, back at the beginning of November, we reported to you that the city of Glasgow would be doing leaf collection across 4 zones, and that would be through the entire month of November. And they're doing it through the entire month of December. They're actually starting back at Zone 1 and will be working through Zone 4, which will be December 28th through the 30th. Now, what you need to know about Zone 1 is it is ending tomorrow, that collection in Zone 1, and that includes some addresses like Bryce Avenue, Carver Court, East Brown Street, East College Street, Floral Drive, Hawkins Drive, Joe Traylor Avenue, Norris Court, Ridgecrest Avenue, South Broadway Street, South Green Street, Scott Street, Sporan Way, Terrace Manor, Trimble Avenue, and Wingate Avenue. Now, again, those are just a handful of the streets that are in that Zone 1 collection. They'll be doing that through tomorrow, and those need to be bagged or raked there to the roadway so that they can pick those up. They do ask, though, that you do not put those on the sidewalk wherever you may live. Now, Zone 2 is going to be kicking up next week, and that includes folks like Circle Springs Drive, Carol Nicely Drive, Dogwood Avenue, Ellis Avenue, Garmin Avenue, Lyon Avenue, Kenwood Court, Pin Oak Lane, Preston Street, Reagan Lane, Shank Lane, Sherry Drive, St. Charles Court, Sunbrook Drive, Tanglewood Drive, Villa Park, West Front Street, Walnut Street, and Westview Drive. Those are, again, just a few of the folks there in Zone 2, and then Zone 3 and 4 will then be collected toward the end of the month. You can find all of that info at our website, and if you have any questions, you can call the DPW at 270-651-5977. They will answer your call there, and they'll get you some information. According to a new report, a significant number of the state's youths are institutionalized, not because of a need for intensive supervision, but because kinship or foster families aren't available. More from Nadia Ramlagan on this matter.
The pandemic pushed Kentucky's child welfare agencies and workforce to its limits. And after the recent deaths of children in the state's residential facilities, advocates are calling for reforms. In 2020, more than 8,000 children in the Commonwealth were placed in foster care. Tamara Vest is a graduate student in social work at the University of Kentucky. She says prevention is the best strategy.
Catching things so that you don't have to remove children from their homes, but you're able to help families get the resources that they need so that separation doesn't occur.
Roughly 10% of Kentucky's foster care kids live in a group home or institution. Nadia Ramlagan reporting.
All right, thank you, Nadia. That is going to do it for our Part 1 news right now. No activity on the 911 report. Stick around. We'll be right back with more news from around the state.
Healthcare changes all the time, but at Hatchet Home Medical, we're a consistent friend to help you navigate the road to good health. We are your headquarters for all types of equipment and supplies to let you recuperate at home, and we keep up with all the changes. So let us file the paperwork for insurance reimbursement. Hatchet Home Medical's huge showroom and warehouse on Park Avenue in Glasgow lets us stock what you need, and our trained technicians are courteous and helpful when setting up and instructing you or your caretakers. We feature a 24-hour on-call phone number to help in emergencies. And remember, all healthcare professionals, Hatchet's Home Medical has the area's largest selection of nurses' uniforms and supplies, featuring the best of name brands. Whether you need a wheelchair, walker, hospital bed, or other assistive device, the name to remember is Hatchet Home Medical in the Park Avenue Shopping Center in Glasgow. Phone 651-9551.
You work hard for your money, and South Central Bank has created a way to get your money working for you by announcing new CD rates. A 21-month CD with an APY of 3.25% is now available. That's right, a 21-month CD paying 3.25% is available right now from South Central Bank. Need a shorter term? Well, a 9-month CD will pay 2.5% APY. Minimum deposit $500. The power of these CD rates is very impressive. Come into any South Central Bank office today and get your money working for you. Remember, FDIC. Penalty for early withdrawal may apply.
All right, welcome back to WCLU News today. It's Thursday, December 8th. We are trekking through the week, and it's a rainy week this week. In fact, we are going to let you know about some roadways that had previously been closed across the county. Our understanding now from the County Government Center is that every one of those roadways have now been reopened, and that was reported yesterday afternoon just before 1:30. And we will continuously be watching that because, again, rain continues to fall out there. It has fallen overnight, and looks like 100% chance for the forecast today. So rain will keep going through the area, and it potentially could close some of those areas. Barron County, believe it or not, has several low water fords. In fact, there at one point, we believe there were several, over 50 in fact. So keep that in mind. Some of these county roadways, there are low points on them, and they are susceptible to flooding during these periods of rain, especially heavy rainfall. In more news this hour, Kentucky's governor says Democrats have a better chance of connecting with rural voters when they talk about the things people need and the ways they can help them. Governor Andy Beshear says the first thing for candidates is to show they care about rural voters and their concerns. The Democratic governor made the comments Wednesday in an interview with the Associated Press. Beshear says his party's candidates need to show up with a core message centered on good jobs, access to quality health care, and good public schools. Rural voters have abandoned the Democratic Party in droves in recent elections. State officials say they will use $2.5 million in grants to study flood mitigation strategies in some of the areas that saw historic flooding in 2021. Governor Andy Beshear's office says the money to fund a study about the Kentucky River in Beattyville and portions of Lee County includes federal and state money. Half is from a federal earmark secured by U.S. Representative Hal Rogers for the Army, for the Army Corps of Engineers, while the state's half comes from Kentucky's Flood Control Local Match Participation Program. Rogers has requested another federal earmark of $800,000 for that study in fiscal year 2023. And to wrap it up today, in Gatlinburg, some big news. Great Smoky Mountains National Park officials say they have finished a plan that sets out rules for touring the park by air. A park news release says the plan allows up to 946 air tours per year on 6 routes over the park and up to a half mile outside the park's boundary at an altitude higher than 2,600 feet. There were 946 air tours over the park annually on average from 2017 to 2019. The plan's parameters, they kick in within 90 days of the plan's signing. Officials say the park is among 24 in the national park system for which agencies are developing air tour management plans or voluntary agreements. 7:20, 51 degrees. It's Thursday, December 8th. Stick around with us. We still have lots of information to get to today, and this is WCLU Local News.
Most people will hesitate before planning a funeral in advance.
The funeral? We'll arrange that when the time comes.
But there's a lot to be said for advance planning. For one thing, you have the peace of mind of knowing that your arrangements have all been made. You can consider the options when your mind is clear, and you'll have the relief of knowing that your loved one will be well cared for. A.F. Crow & Son Funeral Home, a celebration of love.
Good morning. Good morning, live here at WCLU. It's 51 degrees. We're at 21 minutes after the 7 o'clock hour. We've had about 7,900 of an inch of rain, and let's just keep that coat close by today so that we can deal with the rain and enjoy being warm and dry today. Got company here at the radio station. We do love having company. We really enjoy having Randy Burns. Randy is the executive director of the T.J. Sampson Community Hospital's Mission Foundation, which has that should have a ring to it, because the T.J. Sampson Mission Foundation does a whole lot here in the community. They don't make a whole lot of racket. They're not really good at bragging on themselves, which is not a bad thing. But what I'm telling you is there's some good things that are coming up. Randy, thanks for coming in here to talk today, sir.
Good morning, Henry. How are you, sir?
Doing good. Just enjoying the beauty of this day, and I'm excited. The reason why I said that is because, you know, the TJ Community Mission Foundation has very quietly done some really important things that get done here in the community, and some excellent donors have made contributions to the TJ Mission Foundation. And coming up here at the last day of the year is an opportunity for everybody to jump in and make a difference by attending the big New Year's Eve Bash. Now, I want to hear a little bit about that, Randy, because, you know, the clock is counting down in that direction, sir.
Absolutely, and we're so grateful for you having me up to be able to kind of talk about the event. As most folks in the community remember, the TJ Community Mission Foundation was started back in 2014, really got going with 2015 with the fundraising campaign to build Shanti Niketan Hospice Home, and over the next several years, the foundation sort of built a tradition of having a big big fundraising event each year that just became sort of what I was told when I got here was it sort of became one of the highlights of the Glasgow Barron County social calendar throughout the year.
Well, and certainly that has been you're exactly right about that. We had a little battle with COVID, but you know what you all did last year to make something out of it. In spite of COVID, was pretty impressive.
Right. The last full-scale event, I guess, that the foundation had was back in 2019 with the Peace, Love, and a Beetlebug event.
Listen, that was a fun. I had my peace sign.
That's right, a 1970s themed event. And then in 2020, the foundation did a great job of putting on a virtual event called Streamathon. And then in 21, we were supposed to have the event in the fall, which was the Magic of Giving event with Lance Burton, and we had that was right at the end of that last big COVID surge that we had, and so we ended up postponing that to February of this year, earlier this year. But this year, as we talked about what would be a great event that we could bring to the region that would get people excited, we came up with the idea of having a New Year's Eve bash, and that New Year's Eve is one of those holidays that everyone sort of looks forward to and kind of celebrates, but in many cases there's not big community functions that go along with it. And right. so word on the street when I spoke to people about it was back in the day, Glasgow and Barron County would have a big New Year's Eve event, right. And so we started talking to some people, and sure enough, we found a lot of interest in it, and so we are excited to be able to bring to South Central Kentucky what we think is going to be the biggest and best New Year's Eve party that this area has seen in quite a while. It's going to be called New Year's Eve Bash 2023, brought to you by the TJ Community Mission Foundation and our title sponsor, the Fouts Metzger Group, Baird Financial or right. Private Wealth Partners. And we are just we're so excited about it. Believe it or not, the date for the event's December 31st. They say that's the best day to have a New Year's Eve party.
Well, it's right. It's spot on for sure. And one of the interesting things about this, a lot of the young couples, I know we've been this way for years. What are we going to do on New Year's Eve?
Right.
I don't know. What's going on? Well, you can go over and do this. Well, now this year there is a big event that you can sign up for and be a part of bright and early. So Absolutely. You don't have that battle of, I hate to sit at home and do nothing on New Year's Eve.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a great event. It's going to be held at the Cave City Convention Center. It's going to be a great night that's going to be filled with a wonderful dinner that's going to be just, I have no doubt, is just going to be an incredible meal for us.
Yeah, but the big talk is the band.
Oh, yeah. After the meal, we'll do our live auction, and that'll lead us up until about the 9 o'clock hour. And then at the 9 o'clock hour, we're excited to have, and you were one of the first people I actually talked to about this band. We're going to have entertainment for the rest of the evening to take us all the way to midnight from the Jimmy Church Band.
That's right. It is the Jimmy Church Band.
That's right.
If you've ever been at an event with Jimmy Church, there's no stopping. There's no pauses. There's no breaks. It's nonstop to the midnight hour.
Well, I can't tell you how excited I am. He has been just a pleasure to be able to work with and to talk to leading up to the event. And as we talked about what kind of entertainment we wanted for the evening, with it being a New Year's Eve bash, Henry, I'm 51, and so I'm a big fan of all kinds of music. I used to be 51.
Long time ago.
Not too long ago, I would say, but I'm a big fan of all kinds of music. But I love that kind of music that's like Kool and the Gang and Earth, Wind and Fire, that big band kind of feel where you have the horn section and the backup singers. And so the Jimmy Church Band will be bringing their full 10-piece band with them that night, and with the horns and with the backup singers, and it's going to be a phenomenal night. And as we said, that'll be going on from about 9 until midnight. They'll take us all the way up up to the ball dropping. Well, I guess in our case, it will be the balloons dropping, because at midnight we'll do a big champagne toast and balloon drop there in the Cave City Convention Center and bring in 2023, and we're going to have a large time. But as we said, the band will be playing and dancing will be going on from 9 to 12, and then in the other room at the convention center, we're going to have lots of games set up where people will have a chance to win some prizes and have a lot of fun. We'll have a dessert bar that'll open up later in the evening after the meal while everything's going on. We're going to have a couple of caricature artists who will be with us during the evening that'll be able to help create some what I think will be some great souvenirs for our guests who will be there. It's going to be a great time. And then later in the evening, we're going to be giving away our 2 raffle prizes that we are doing raffles for right now. We've got a couple of great items. We're doing a raffle for a Henry New Original 4440 long gun, which is a $2,700 rifle that is just an absolutely beautiful gun. But then the other raffle that we're getting a lot of interest in and a lot of people are excited about is we're giving away a $2,000 shopping spree tree. And so we partnered with 20 separate boutiques and stores and shops here, predominantly in Barron County, scattered throughout Barron County, but there's a couple over in Adair County as well, that have partnered with us to provide a $100 gift card to their stores. And so somebody's going to win the shopping spree tree that will have 20 $100 gift cards on it. So a $2,000 shopping spree. But tickets for both raffles are $10 each. And
slam on the brakes. You've done a good job of getting everybody interested in coming. Let's tell them right now how to get tickets and how to get on the list to be able to go.
Absolutely. So you can learn all the information about all of the events going on that night. You can purchase your tickets for the event. Tickets for the event are $100 a person. All proceeds of the event go to support the TJ Community Mission Foundation. You can also purchase your raffle tickets for the 2 raffle prizes online by visiting our event website. Our event webpage is NYEBASH2023.com. NYEBASH2023.com. And as I said, that's sort of that's New Year's Eve Bash Central right there. It has all the information. It has the list of all of our sponsors for the event. And we couldn't do events like this if it was not for the generous support of so many folks in this community. You mentioned earlier the incredible donors that the TJ Community Mission Foundation has been blessed with over the years. We have such faithful and generous supporters, and we're grateful for their support. Yeah, all the information that you need will be right there at 2023.com. I would encourage people, if you're thinking about purchasing tickets for the event, I will tell you that we're down to about the last 100 tickets that we have available. And I know I've had several people that's told me that they've just kind of been waiting, but plan on buying their tickets soon. So if you're interested in purchasing tickets for the event, I would encourage you to do so soon. Because
it could happen that they wouldn't be available if you really sat on it too long.
That's right. And we want everybody who wants to be able to come to be there because, as I said, it's just going to be a great event. And we've got some really exciting, I didn't really reference this much, but we've got some really exciting auction items that we're going to be auctioning off in our live auction. We've got 3 separate sets of UK basketball tickets that we're partnering with, gift cards to really nice restaurants there in Lexington to kind of make a great night out to go see the University of Kentucky Wildcats play Tennessee. All 3 sets of tickets are actually for the game against Tennessee, which will be a great game. We've got a Robert Trent Jones golf package that we're going to be auctioning off. We've got an Opryland hotel package that we're going to be auctioning off. The item that most people seem to be most excited about, though, as you know, and as a lot of folks know, Dr. Bharat Modi has been the TJ Community Mission Foundation's and Shanti Niketan Hospice Homes sort of leading advocate and voice over the last few years. He contacted me a few months ago, and he said, "Hey, I want you to come out to the house. I've got an idea." And so I went out to his house, and back in the early 90s, Dr. Modi and Dr. B went to Indiana, and they bought a jukebox from a family, and for the last 30 so years, it's graced his living room. And he said that it's time for him to be able to help another family enjoy it for the next few decades. And so he has donated a jukebox. It's a 1978 Seaberg Disco jukebox, which is an absolutely gorgeous jukebox. If you go to the TJ Community Mission Foundation's Facebook page, you can see pictures of it. We found some on, actually one. We've only found one. It's a really rare piece to find a jukebox like this that's, that vintage and in this good of condition. I found one online that you can go online and you can buy for $5,000 right now.
Why not win it at the
That's exactly right. You can come to the New Year's Eve bash, and you can buy it the auction way and win it at the auction. But we're really grateful for Dr. Modi and for all of his support. We're going to be he's created another stained glass art piece that will also be auctioning off that night. But there's just lots of exciting things going on at the event.
There's a whole lot to digest here, Randy.
A lot.
So I would suggest give us the website address one more time.
NYEBash2023.com. NYEBash2023.com.
I would get on that today, get those tickets so that you won't be one of the ones that doesn't get to come because you didn't get the ticket.
That's right.
And read about all the other things that are going to happen, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you, Henry.
Let's make it a very special New Year's Eve. Think about it. It is 7:34, 51 degrees.
This is Cynthia Watson with Monticello Bank. During this holiday season, our hearts are warmed by thoughts of the many good people we've had the opportunity to serve this year. You've certainly brightened our year, and we would like to wish you and yours a season filled with good times, good friends, and great memories. It's your support that has allowed us to provide top-notch service for over 125 years. We would like to express our sincerest appreciation for the trust you've placed in us, and we wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Monticello Bank, member FDIC.
Let's turn to local sports. We have a change in the schedule for tonight. The Glasgow Lady Scotty basketball team is going to host Todd Central tonight at Scotty Gym. Now, this is going to be a varsity-only contest tonight. The game time starts at 6:30. You can join us for the broadcast of the game at 6:20 on WCLU 103.1 and 1490 on Willie 94.1 and 102.3 and online at WCLUradio.com or the WCLU app. Also in girls action tonight, Allen County Scottsville welcomes Russellville. That's a check of local sports.
Here's the score for the Kentucky News Network. I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Well, the 16th ranked Kentucky Wildcats continue preparations for 8-2 Yale on Saturday. The Bulldogs are coming in, having lost at Butler 71-61 on Tuesday. Last night on the Coach John Calipari show, heard throughout the Commonwealth, the coach addressing all the Cats' free throw problem.
I've coached teams that have not been great free throw shooters. There's only one solution to free throws. Well, why not this drill and why not that drill? Somebody said that Coach Hall would make them shoot 100. They had to make 90 or they'd shoot again. You could be mean. If you miss, you're going to run. You can be positive. We're going to give you rewards for making them. I'm going to tell you there's one way. Recruit better free throw shooters.
Again, the Cats will get back at it Saturday taking on Yale. Last night in Knoxville, Eastern Kentucky got 13 points from freshman Leland Walker, but it wasn't enough. The 7th-ranked Vols pulled away late in the first half. They beat the Colonels 84-49. On to women's college basketball, the University of Kentucky playing their final tune-up before they faced Louisville and Lexington. They were in Minnesota last night taking on the Golden Gophers.
Fierce battle to the baseline. Pull-up 10-footer. Ran and out. Rebound tapped around and won by Benton underneath. Ahead to Walker up the near sideline. Walker down to the right elbow. Free throw line. Pull up jumper. Bottom. Walker having a great first half with 12 points.
Darren Hedrick with the call. She going to have a great game and pour in 19 points while Asia Petty notched her second straight double-double. Kentucky runs the record to 7-1 with an 80-74 win at Minnesota. And finally, college volleyball Sweet 16 play gets underway in the Commonwealth later today. In downtown Louisville, it'll be second-seeded Louisville taking on 4-seed Baylor. Meanwhile, out west in Palo Alto, California, it'll be 12-seeded Kentucky taking on second-seeded San Diego. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
This is Ernie Johnson Jr. Sports is about overcoming obstacles, and college coaches work hard to help young men overcome Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It's called Coach to Cure MD, and you can help. Text the word CURE to 501-501 to donate $25 on your next mobile phone bill, or go online to CoachToCureMD.org. Text the word CURE to 501-501. Help coaches cure MD.
Brought to you by the American Football Coaches Association.
Beco's new line of dishwashers feature Corner Intense, the first sprayer that cleans all the way to the corners. Beko achieves this performance using 50% less water and 25% less energy than U.S. standards for dishwashers, which is why when you choose Beko, you not only get cleaner dishes, but you're making the planet cleaner too. Save energy and money with gift card rebates up to $200 on eligible models until December 31st. Visit Beko.com for more details. That's BEKO.com.
Good morning live, WCLU in the Big Willie, 51 degrees. We just certainly have been tickled to death to have company here at the radio station. We're going to learn some more about our educational system, and we have a very special guest in the studio here from Barron County Schools, Miss Cynthia York. A lot of people know Cynthia. Cynthia, I'm going to ask you to give everybody your official title. What's the title you now have on your desk plate?
Well, as Henry said, Cynthia York, Director of Special Programs for Barron County Schools.
Okay, so special programs, that's a big deal in Barron County Schools because you all get involved in so many things. I know you got some accolades you want to talk about. I know that Barron County Schools were out a couple of days this week trying to get everybody well, and I'm sure that you're hoping that everybody is on the mend. But in the meantime, special programs are involved in doing a lot of things. I want you to highlight some of the things you got going on at Barron County Schools right now, Cynthia.
Well, when you think special programs, that does include several different programs to include exceptional education, preschool, English learners, and our health services department. But most recently, we were able to be celebrated at the Kentucky Council for Exceptional Children in Louisville back at the beginning of November.
Okay.
We had a teacher, Miss Logan Brooks, who is our teacher of the hearing impaired, who was recognized as one of the top 3 finalists for Kentucky Teacher of the Year. So that was quite an honor for her as well as for us.
It is.
And then we had a student, Bobby Kidd from North Jackson Elementary, who received an award, Yes I Can award in the area of arts from the State Department of Education. So again, we were well represented at that conference in November.
I think having special programs is so important because, you know, you would like to think you could just generically educate every child. That's not possible. You got to have some special programs to deal with certain things that kids can benefit from. And it sounds to me like you've got some good things going on.
We really do. We do want to make sure always that we are meeting individual needs, and we do that through a variety of ways. You know, we provide the services that are warranted, whether it be physical therapy, occupational therapy. We even provide music therapy to our students to make sure they are learning and receiving the services they need to benefit from the education that we are providing.
It's important to have those opportunities out there, and I know you got to be proud of the program because these accolades that you get in other areas. I think you just kind of build on that, don't you?
That is correct. We just continue to grow our program and our offerings within Barron County Schools. We are proud to say that we are going to be part of the Unified Special Olympics program. We plan on partnering with our track team this spring and having some of our exceptional students be involved with that. So we're really excited about that. And when I say unified, that's where we have exceptional ed students partnering with our general population to be involved in these athletic opportunities.
Right. So when you talk about special programs, What's the next thing you'd like to accomplish, Cynthia?
We are currently really working on closing the gap. We want to make sure that all of our students are receiving the education that benefits them through differentiation, and we feel like through differentiation and through some other initiatives that we are beginning, such as quality co-teaching, where the students are in the Gen Ed class but with two teachers, an ECE teacher as well as a Gen Ed teacher, we can really make a difference for our students. So they're receiving not only grade level content, but they are receiving the necessary support services that they need within that setting.
So we have a lot of parents and grandparents who tune in during this time period, and I want to know how they can log in or can get some information. I've got a child that I think can really benefit from this program or that program, but I want to know more about it, Cynthia.
Well, of course, the first thing you would need to do is go to the Barron County website, and from there you can click on our department link, which is Special Programs, and we have a wealth of information there in regards to our services, as well as just information for parents in regards to things they can even work on at home with their students.
All right. Well, and each child is different. Each child is unique, and the opportunities need to be different as well. And I think I think you all are meeting quite the need out there for sure.
Well, we hope we are, and we never stop striving to do so. Our preschool program continues to grow, and I think that proves that we're doing something right.
Well, people are interested in getting everybody off to a good start, and it sounds to me like you've got a lot of opportunities. So we can go to the Barron County website and click on the special programs link and see all the special programs you have going on, Cynthia.
That is correct.
What else should we tell our audience right here, since we were so lucky to have you down here today?
Again, Barron County Schools, we feel like, we know we are top notch, and that includes our special programs as well as the other departments that we have within our school system. So please check us out on the website, and feel free, if you need more information, to give any of us a call there at the Board of Education, and we would be glad to talk to you about any questions or even great initiatives that you have going forward.
Thank you for being here on such a gloomy day, Cynthia. Maybe we can brighten the sunshine before the afternoon's out.
Let's hope so.
All right. Cynthia York, Director of Special Programs, Barron County Schools. Very, very, I like the name of that department. It just says it all. Special Programs. Check out how special they are today. It's 7:44.
I thought learning a language would be too much work. Then I discovered Babbel. They make learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes. Quick and easy. And soon, you turn and realize, hey, I'm starting to speak another language. How'd that happen? Como si fuera magia.
My friend from Italy said my accent and pronunciation is perfect. It's because Babbel's lessons are designed by language teachers and voiced by real native speakers. Each lesson is like living in another country for 15 minutes.
I love that there's all kinds of ways to learn. Babbel's podcast, or games, or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
You learn words and phrases you actually use in real conversations.
In 3 weeks, I was starting to speak in another language. So easy.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than Babbel.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Andersen Windows and Doors with Stormwatch Protection are designed to meet building codes for coastal locations from Maine to Miami, Gainesville to Galveston, and they're on guard even when no one is home. Andersen Windows and Doors with Stormwatch Protection. The uglier the weather gets, the more beautiful they become.
See the full line of Andersen Windows and Doors at Glasgow Building Supply, 31E Bypass in Glasgow. Andersen Windows. Come home to Andersen.
This is Terry Pennell, Chairman, President, and CEO of the People's Bank. Have you heard about the great rates going on now at the People's Bank? Open a 3-month CD and earn 4.0 annual percentage yield, a 6-month CD and earn 4.50 annual percentage yield, or a 12-month CD and earn 4.65 annual percentage yield. Choose a great rate and make it count. Stop by the People's Bank, 1300 West Main Street, Glasgow, to open your new CD today. People's Bank, working for you. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Limited time offer. The minimum balance required to open and obtain the stated ECY is $1,000. New money only. The rate is fixed for the term of the certificate. For other terms and conditions, please refer to the account disclosures available at account opening and upon request.
Bring your family to the Plaza Theater December 9th, 10th, or 11th for the holiday event of the year. Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, presented by the Far Off Broadway Players.
Your favorite characters, live carols, and the live fiddler on stage. A Christmas Carol, presented by the Far Off Broadway Players, December 9th, 10th, and 11th at the Plaza Theater. Phone 270-361-2101 or visit historicplaza.com.
Highland Pharmacy on Rogers Road in Glasgow has been a community favorite since 2012, and there's a reason for that. They consistently offer a wide range of customized services, quality care, and a commitment to you. Over-the-counter COVID tests are available and can be billed to most insurance carriers. You can also receive the COVID vaccine at Highland Pharmacy. Register at highland-pharmacy.com. That's highland-pharmacy.com. Highland Pharmacy, a community favorite since 2012.
Good morning, friends. Perhaps we need to ask ourselves, what is my focus in life? This is a question that each of us should ask regularly. There are many worthy causes in this world. Sad as it is to say, the most important is often overlooked in the mad rush of dedication to another, less important one. So, what should be our primary focus? Whatever it is will become the main influence in our life and work. There are those whose daily focus is their problems, and like the Apostle Peter when trying to walk on the sea, they look at the storms of life rather than the answer to those storms. That means that the storms determine the direction of their life. When they, like Peter, are mostly sinking, if one's focus is on pleasing people or social problems, then they do not know what to do. Then people and their problems will be the determining factor in what that person says and does. In this case, they will be like Pilate, who gave in to the whims and anger of a rebellious society. Only when we have Jesus as our main focus in our daily involvement in life will we see the real truth of living. Only then will we see clearly. This is Danny Wyatt for the Refuge Church of Christ.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
At T-Mobile, we believe people deserve more without paying more. Get 4 iPhone 14s with their amazing cameras on us and 4 lines for $25 a line.
Wow, it's like expecting a Christmas caroler.
Deck the hall with boughs of holly.
But getting a whole choir.
Deck the hall with boughs of holly.
With an epic horn section, too.
It's the season to be jolly.
It's so cool. I'm capturing it all with the amazing camera on my new iPhone 14.
Plus, T-Mobile has Price Lock Guarantee. Unlike the other big guys, we guarantee we won't raise the price of your rate plan for talk, text, or data. So what are you waiting for? Switch to T-Mobile and get 4 iPhone 14s on us with eligible trade-ins and 4 lines for $25 a line. Get used to getting even more from T-Mobile.
With 24 monthly bill credits and autopay plus taxes and fees for well-qualified customers with 4-line minimum. If you cancel service before 24 credits, credit stop and balance on required finance agreement for all devices is due. Price lock for rate plan price of current on-network service for eligible lines. Excludes taxes, fees, promos, and third-party services. See T-Mobile.com for details.
All right, it's good to be joining you here. I'm Brennan Crane, going to jump in the seat here for Mr. Henry Royce. 7:51 is our time that we're looking at now, and 51 degrees, Thursday, December 8th. Let's take a look at those birthdays. Nancy Hedrick celebrates today. Sierra Brisky is 18. Leslie Young Shives celebrates a birthday. Chance Bills, 23 today. Patty Goodson and Manny Flores celebrate. Manny is 26 today. Logan Von Holton is 14. Mark Hunt, Jenny Howe. Clara Stilts has a birthday. Happy birthday, Clara. Diane White, Elizabeth Peden, and Margie Thompson celebrate today. Nothing on the anniversary side of things for your birthday and anniversary list, but we do want to let you know about today being Debbie Pruitt Day on the radio. If you see Debbie around town, give her a pat on the back, and as the tradition goes, tell her she's good as gold from all of us here at WCLU. 7:51's our time now. It's 51 degrees. We have James Coates waiting on standby, if you will. So we're going to say good morning to James.
Hey, good morning.
Around there, how are you?
Man, I'm doing great at this rainy Thursday. Boy, I tell you.
I know it.
Yeah, I thought coming in, I was like, my goodness. I mean, it was pouring the rain this morning. I'm not sure right now where we are as far as heavy rainfall, but
well, I see the windshield wipers are still on out there.
Yeah,
so I'm just going to depend on that.
Be careful too. Some patchy fog in the area too. So
yeah, luckily I didn't
drive slow.
I didn't see any myself, but that doesn't mean it's not out there.
Yeah,
All right. Well, I think that what I want to do is, if you are willing, I want to have you give that second Opry clue of the week.
I'm ready for it.
We have to unveil Mr. Oz for today.
That's right.
We'll get going with that. So,
all right,
it's yours.
All right. We gave you the first clue yesterday. Here comes clue number 2 on this Thursday.
Opry clue number 2.
All right, Opry clue number 2 on this Thursday, and then tomorrow we'll give you another clue, the last clue, and then your chance to win some Opry passes. Most folks listening knows how this works. So here we go. This artist was named the CMA Foundation's inaugural artist ambassador as part of its Unified Voices for Music Education initiative. Boy, there you go. The CMA's Foundation's inaugural artist ambassador as part of its Unified Voices for Music Education initiative. So that's a lot of information there, but that's your second clue, and then tomorrow we'll give you a chance. Somebody's going to go to the Opry from WCLU and the Big Willie. So be listening for that third clue tomorrow morning, Brendan.
From what you know about country music, does that second clue give it away?
It didn't for me.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, I know sometimes on that second clue, everybody's like, that just gave it away. Gave it away. So.
No, that one did not. So hopefully the third one will be a little clearer.
Yeah. All right, then. Well, that's all right. Well, I'm going to kick it into gear, and we're going to do a couple tidbit news stories, all right?
Sounds good.
From the north, south, east, west, NEWS, here's the latest news.
That's the sounder. It's tidbit news time. I do have something here that Henry left for me, and 3 stories that I have in front of me. I'm going to give you one that I find interesting.
Okay.
Researchers at the University of Limerick have found that people who are experiencing depression are less likely to send out Christmas cards when compared to those who aren't depressed.
Well, that makes sense.
It does make sense, yes. The study, led by Professor Stephen Gallagher, director of the Study of Anxiety Stress at the university, he aimed to examine whether or not sending out Christmas cards provided any insight into the sender's mindset. And they also provided details about their gender, educational status, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And researchers found that around 55% of the people who did not experience depression, they reported always sending Christmas cards, as opposed to 46% of those with depression. Statistically significant stuff. Let's wipe all that out of the way. That's really not a big margin, though. 55% compared to 46%.
Yeah, you're right. And it is a hard time of the year for a lot of people.
Sure.
And some people just get sad.
Sure.
And some people, it's a low time of the year for a lot of folks. And some other folks, it's like bells and whistles and jingle bells and snow falling on the cabin. It's just the opposite. But there is a real, depression is a very, very serious disease.
Absolutely.
That affects so many people. I'm not talking about being a little sad or a little emotional. I'm talking about clinical depression is horrible to deal with.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting here thinking about, how much of a big deal it would be maybe to send out a Christmas card to somebody, regardless of whether their status on that.
Right.
That just would be, I think that would lift, someone up. So
I think it does me. I love Christmas cards.
Yeah.
So send them in right here. We'll hang them up for you.
Absolutely. All right. And finally, I do want to let you know here about a 37-year-old man who was arrested Monday of this week in Florida. Apparently, he stole over $1,300 worth of none other than toothbrushes.
$1,300 worth of toothbrushes.
Which, I mean, depending on what type of toothbrush you bought, that could be a few or many.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do with it? Try to resell them, make a little money back?
I guess so. Apparently, deputies responded to the Walgreens store in Marathon there around 10:40 a.m., and this was in Florida, by the way. And they identified the man as Tracy J. Mofield. He walked out of the store with, I told you, 6 electric toothbrushes. So only 6 toothbrushes.
Oh, wow.
$1,300.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it'd been a lot more than that.
They located him in a white Lexus, and then it sped away. They located the vehicle again where it stopped. He was jailed and charged with larceny.
Seriously, I thought, that much money only buys you 6 electric toothbrushes?
I know, it's hard to believe, but
are they that expensive?
I'm telling you, some of them can be hundreds of dollars. So,
yeah, I don't do the digital toothbrush. I'm still analog.
You're going to have to say digital. I understand.
I'm an analog guy in a digital world.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, James, thanks for joining me for Tidbit News.
Yes,
We're
sir.
Take a break, maybe check the weather, and then we will see you back at 8 o'clock for The Real Trader.
Absolutely. You folks have a safe trip out there this morning if you're on your way to work or whatever you're doing today. Just allow yourself some extra time. Rain is coming down.
All right. Good morning.
Some things can wait. Chores, mowing the lawn. Hey, that laundry's not going anywhere. But if you're 50 or older or live with diabetes or heart disease, untreated COVID could be deadly. And if you don't get treatment within days, you might not be able to. So, got COVID symptoms? Talk to a doctor and get treatment right away, because it just can't wait. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Protect your investment in your clothes and your image by having your clothes professionally dry cleaned at Key Cleaners in Glasgow. The Catron family has years of experience in caring for the most delicate of garments, as well as drapes and sheers, spreads and comforters, with convenient hours of 6:45 to 5:30 Monday through Friday and Saturday 8 till 1. Key 1-hour cleaners, Happy Valley Road, Glasgow, where we accept Visa and MasterCard.
All right, thanks to Key Cleaners for sponsoring this weather check-in for you today. 100% chance of rain is possible today, and you can see that out there. Patchy fog in some areas, a high of 57 by this evening. A 40% chance, still going to be patchy fog across much of the area. 50 degrees for your low, and getting back into Friday, a small chance of showers, 62 for your high.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to
This is your home for Glasgow's best variety. WCLU Glasgow. W276DO Glasgow. WCLU.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Developing news, Brittany Griner is coming home for Christmas.
She's safe. She's on a plane. She's on her way home.
President Biden, after the U.S. basketball star was freed in a dramatic high-level prisoner exchange for Russian arms dealer Victor Bout.
I'm glad to be able to say that Brittany's in good spirits. She's relieved to finally be heading home. And the fact remains that she's lost months of her life, experienced a needless trauma.
The exchange took place on an airport tarmac in the United Arab Emirates. Correspondent Margaret Brennan.
This is a one-for-one swap. The reason that is important is because the Biden administration has been trying for months to get out 2 Americans, Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan. He is a U.S. Marine veteran who has been behind bars since 2018. At this hour, CBS is reporting that it is just a one-for-one swap.
Griner's wife, Sherelle, spoke to reporters at the White House.
BG and I will remain committed to the work of getting every American home, including Paul, whose family is in our hearts today.
Brittany Griner had been in prison since February when customs officials found hashish oil in her luggage. Mask mandates could make a comeback soon, with cases of COVID, flu, and RSV boosting hospitalizations by more than 20% in the past week. This mother's 10-month-old is among them in Massachusetts.
His belly was kind of sinking into his lower ribs, so that was the first really kind of big, scary moment. It's really scary as a parent to see that happen. happening to your baby.
More material from the White House discovered in South Florida, this time at a storage facility near Mar-a-Lago. Correspondent Scott McFarland says there were 2 documents marked classified.
Trump's legal team oversaw the latest search for papers at the direction of a federal judge to ensure they were properly complying with a subpoena issued earlier this year. And a spokesperson for the former president says Trump and his counsel continue to be cooperative and transparent.
Power's back in Moore County, North Carolina.
I've never been so happy to see electricity in my life.
It was out for 5 days after a gun attack on 2 electrical substations last Saturday. Police in South Carolina report gunfire near a Duke Energy facility in Kershaw County. No suspects in either state. British news outlets are having a field day with Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's Netflix docuseries that debuted this morning.
The level of hate that has been stirred up in the last 3 years, especially against my wife and my son.
The first 3 episodes describe the couple's harassment from the news media. This is CBS News.
This hour's newscast is presented by Rocket Mortgage. Need to know what it takes for a home loan to fit your budget and your family? Rocket can.
Doug. Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it!
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When you work in the kitchen, what you cook often ends up on your clothes. I used to add a little extra bargain detergent on all my stains. But then I realized, is it really a bargain if I have to use more? Now I use Tide Simply. 1 cap is all you need to deal with tough stains and odors. Best of all, it works on a line cook's budget too. And just like this line cook, Tide Simply gets the job done. Table 10 up.
Tide Simply. Tough on stains, easy on your wallet.
Considering an electric vehicle, worried about charging it on the go? Correspondent Jennifer Kuiper has the next part in our series, Eye on EVs.
All 50 states have received final federal approval to start construction on a nationwide network of EV charging stations along interstate highways. How fast are things moving? Sylvia Garcia, director of the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity.
We're putting out a request for information from charging suppliers to let us know kind of who's interested, what that looks like. Then we'll start breaking ground. So it's over a 5-year period.
For charging stations to this point, Guidehouse Insights e-mobility analyst Sam Abul-Al-Samad points out maintenance has been an issue, so has location.
These usually have little or no signage, no lighting.
Casey Boyce with Escalent Research stresses.
Charge companies, those networks, and the utilities really need to be thinking about how do they make it feel safe.
Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Again, our top story, WNBA star Brittany Griner released from Russian custody today. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Attention all business owners who rent or lease space, including storage space. Stop wasting your money paying someone else for your space. You can now save a ton of money and own your own building with the incredible end-of-the-year sale prices from General Steel. That's right, start saving money every month on renting space from others. Just call 888-74-STEEL to see how General Steel can help you save money. Our 50-year structural warranty buildings are custom designed for your needs and save you a ton of money. Call 888-74-STEEL.
Take it from a successful entrepreneur. If you need to expand or start a new business, you need General Steel.
Great team and the competitive pricing is the reason I went with General Steel.
Call 888-74-STEEL now, and you can get any of our popular quick construction structures, including a 40 by 60 foot building or a 50 by 100 clear span building at end of the year savings. Call 888-74-STEEL. That's 888-747-8335. 888-74-STEEL.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/JOY.
You know you can depend on WCLU for local news on the air, online, on demand at WCLUradio.com.
Well, good day. It's Thursday, December 8th. Welcome to WCLU Local News. I'm Brennan Crane joining you. It's great to be with you today, and a rainy day out there in store for us. 100% chance of precip, and we'll continue to see that lingering through today. Looks like the next chance of having a little bit of a clear out, not necessarily in the sky, but in the way of rain, hopefully by tomorrow evening. Looks like your Friday evening, it will be mostly cloudy and kicking back into the weekend. Sunday, mostly cloudy, but it is going to be pretty nice out there. Otherwise, we won't have any rain, hopefully, on Sunday. Well, schools in Warren and Allen counties are on alert this morning after an apparent threat was received online sometime Wednesday evening. Warren County School Superintendent Rob Clayton issued a statement to families detailing how the threat was received on a Lexington-based website. He said he had received notice of a potential threat to staff and students of 3 area high schools, including Bowling Green High, Warren Central High, and Allen County Scottsville High. Senators Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul were also included in the safety concern. Mr. Clayton writing in his letter, quote, "Whether verbal, nonverbal, or on social media, we take every report or potential threat seriously," unquote. No extra law enforcement patrol is expected to be at Warren Central High and Warren Elementary due to its proximity to Warren Central. That's today. The Bowling Green Police Department, they're working with the FBI, we understand, to determine the origin of that message, the date and time of the threat. They were not specific, the letter said. Now, Allen County Scottsville High School, they released information through their social media and detailed that the entire school district would be closed today due to that threat. Law enforcement are investigating there as well, and if you have any suspicious activity to report, you're urged to do so at the Kentucky Safe School Tip Line. That's 866-393-6659 or online at safeschools.ky.gov. All that info is at our website, WCLUradio.com. And again, that goes for any school system or school across Kentucky, not just these schools, due to the nature of the news that they are reporting. Barron County Schools Board of Education is expected to meet in regular session this evening. That's going to be happening at 5:30 p.m. there at the Board of Education along Trojan Way. Several announcements, or as recognitions rather, as they put it on their agenda. Looks like Student of the Month that will be recognized. It'll be Malala Burton, who is a Barron County Middle School 7th grader. Classified Employee of the Month will be Crystal Bryant, who is a custodian there at the middle school. Certified Employee of the Month is Reva Bland at the middle school. She's a teacher. And Outstanding Service will be going to an FMD classroom belonging to Stacy Menard. That'll be recognizing Raymond Wooten, Memory Sturgeon, and Michaela Turner. They'll also be recognizing the KEMI Award. Now, under the business items here for the Board of Education, they do have 3. That's to approve an auditor's report, approve a comprehensive school improvement plan and comprehensive district improvement plan, and approve and review the targeted support and improvement plan for 3 schools, including Park City, Barron County Middle, and High Schools. Now, other agenda items, they do have a closed session listed under any other business. They don't exactly put the exact reason they'll be going into that closed session. Generally, they have to tell why. They have to state a statute, whether that be to discuss litigation, proposals, or maybe to discuss some acquisition of property. We don't have a good idea about exactly what they'll be discussing on there. But again, everyone can attend that meeting if they'd like. It is tonight, 5:30 p.m. at the Barron County Board of Education. You can make plans to attend that there. Well, the city of Glasgow is continuing its leaf collection. If you recall, back at the beginning of November, we reported to you that the city of Glasgow would be doing leaf collection across 4 zones, and that would be through the entire month of November. And they're doing it through the entire month of December. They're actually starting back at Zone 1 and will be working through Zone 4, which will be December 28th through the 30th. Now, what you need to know about Zone 1 is it is ending tomorrow, that collection in Zone 1, and that includes some addresses like Bryce Avenue, Carver Court, East Brown Street, East College Street, Floral Drive, Hawkins Drive, Joe Traylor Avenue, Norris Court, Ridgecrest Avenue, South Broadway Street, South Green Street, Scott Street, Sporan Way, Terrace Manor, Trimble Avenue, and Wingate Avenue. Now, again, those are just a handful of the streets that are in that Zone 1 collection. They'll be doing that through tomorrow, and those need to be bagged or raked there to the roadway so that they can pick those up. They do ask, though, that you do not put those on the sidewalk wherever you may live. Now, Zone 2 is going to be kicking up next week, and that includes folks like Circle Springs Drive, Carol Nicely Drive, Dogwood Avenue, Ellis Avenue, Garmin Avenue, Lyon Avenue, Kenwood Court, Pin Oak Lane, Preston Street, Reagan Lane, Shank Lane, Sherry Drive, St. Charles Court, Sunbrook Drive, Tanglewood Drive, Villa Park, West Front Street, Walnut Street, and Westview Drive. Those are, again, just a few of the folks there in Zone 2, and then Zone 3 and 4 will then be collected toward the end of the month. You can find all of that info at our website, and if you have any questions, you can call the DPW at 270-651-5977. They will answer your call there, and they'll get you some information. According to a new report, a significant number of the state's youths are institutionalized, not because of a need for intensive supervision, but because kinship or foster families aren't available. More from Nadia Ramlagan on this matter.
The pandemic pushed Kentucky's child welfare agencies and workforce to its limits. And after the recent deaths of children in the state's residential facilities, advocates are calling for reforms. In 2020, more than 8,000 children in the Commonwealth were placed in foster care. Tamara Vest is a graduate student in social work at the University of Kentucky. She says prevention is the best strategy.
Catching things upstream so that you don't have to remove children from their homes, but you're able to help families get the resources that they need so that separation doesn't occur.
Roughly 10% of Kentucky's foster care kids live in a group home or institution. Nadia Ramlagan reporting.
All right, thank you, Nadia. That is going to do it for our Part 1 news right now. No activity on the 911 report. Stick around. We'll be right back with more news from around the state.
You work hard for your money, and South Central Bank has created a way to get your money working for you by announcing new CD rates. A 21-month CD with an APY of 3.25% is now available. That's right, a 21-month CD paying 3.25% is available right now from South Central Bank. Need a shorter term? Well, a 9-month CD will pay 2.5% APY. Minimum deposit $500. The power of these CD rates is very impressive. Come into any South Central Bank office today and get your money working for you. Member FDIC. Penalty for early withdrawal may apply.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
All right, welcome back to WCLU News today. It's Thursday, December 8th. We are trekking through the week, and it's a rainy week this week. In fact, we are going to let you know about some roadways that had previously been closed across the county. Our understanding now from the County Government Center is that every one of those roadways have now been reopened, and that was reported yesterday afternoon just before 1:30. And we will continuously be watching that because, again, rain continues to fall out there. It has fallen overnight, and looks like 100% chance for the forecast today. So rain will keep going through the area, and it potentially could close some of those areas. Barron County, believe it or not, has several low water fords. In fact, there at one point, we believe there were several, over 50 in fact. So keep that in mind. Some of these county roadways, there are low points on them, and they are susceptible to flooding during these periods of rain, especially heavy rainfall. In more news this hour, Kentucky's governor says Democrats have a better chance of connecting with rural voters when they talk about the things people need and the ways they can help them. Governor Andy Beshear says the first thing for candidates is to show they care about rural voters and their concerns. The Democratic governor made the comments Wednesday in an interview with the Associated Press. Beshear says his party's candidates need to show up with a core message centered on good jobs, access to quality health care, and good public schools. Rural voters have abandoned the Democratic Party in droves in recent elections. State officials say they will use $2.5 million in grants to study flood mitigation strategies in some of the areas that saw historic flooding in 2021. Governor Andy Beshear's office says the money to fund a study about the Kentucky River in Beattyville and portions of Lee County includes federal and state money. Half is from a federal earmark secured by U.S. Representative Hal Rogers for the Army Corps of Engineers, while the state's half comes from Kentucky's Flood Control Local Match Participation Program. Rogers has requested another federal earmark of $800,000 for that study in fiscal year 2023. And to wrap it up today, in Gatlinburg, some big news. Great Smoky Mountains National Park officials say they have finished a plan that sets out rules for touring the park by air. A park news release says the plan allows up to 946 air tours per year on 6 routes over the park and up to a half mile outside the park's boundary at an altitude higher than 2,600 feet. There were 946 air tours over the park annually on average from 2017 to 2019. The plan's parameters, they kick in within 90 days of the plan's signing. Officials say the park is among 24 in the national park system for which agencies are developing air tour management plans or voluntary agreements. Thursday, December 8th. Stick around with us. We still have lots of information to get to today. This is WCLU Local News.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
The Federal Trade Commission wants Kentuckians to be aware of scam artists, in particular those preying on immigrants and minority communities. The FTC held a roundtable discussion in Louisville Wednesday. Scott Schaefer of the Louisville Metro Police Department's Financial Crimes Unit explains a rental-type scam to WOKY-TV.
The person who claims the only apartment will be like, hey, you need to send the first month's payment to this, and they do, and then they go to the apartment and it's locked. It was a scam artist. They didn't even own the apartment to rent.
The FTC reports in 2021, Americans lost nearly $6 billion to scammers. Changes are coming to Kentucky's sales tax. The changes start at the beginning of the new year. It will impact over 30 services, which could include utilities for some people across the Commonwealth. Exemptions are available for some Kentuckians who are eligible to avoid the 6% sales tax added to water, sewer, and electric bills. A form to apply for the exemption can be found on the Kentucky Department of Revenue website. The remains of a fetus were found in Scott County. Haley Hansen has the details.
The Scott County Sheriff's Office started investigating after a detective found the remains on a property on Paris Pike Tuesday. Authorities say the fetus had been buried recently in a shallow grave. The remains have since been sent to the Kentucky State Police Lab for further testing.
The University of Louisville is expected to announce a familiar name later today as the new football head coach. A media conference is set for 4 p.m., where it's expected to announce Jeff Brom as the Cardinals' next leader of the football program. I'm Sean McCormick.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock. and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow, awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest.
Protect your family with Woodman Life Life Insurance. Customized to meet your needs, Woodman Life Life Insurance can help keep your family and their future safe and secure.
Call your local Woodman representative today. Jeff Sneed, 270-646-0354. Jeff will be glad to hear from you.
Woodman of the World Life Insurance Society of Omaha, Nebraska. Woodman Life, standing strong for generations.
When we lost Frank, we lost a good friend. Father, husband, colleague, and coach. He meant a lot to all of us. Today, we had a chance to tell him that.
When someone close to you passes on, you want to commemorate their life in a special way. That's why individual requests are such an important part of our funeral services. We strive to meet your specific needs for the most fitting service for your loved ones. A.F. Crow & Son Funeral Home, a celebration of love.
In area funeral announcements this hour, Stephen Richard Jackson, 72, of Glasgow, died Tuesday at T.J. Sampson Community Hospital. He was the son of the late William Richard Jackson and Lucille Dismond Jackson. He was a member, clerk, Sunday school teacher, and deacon of Dover Baptist Church at Haywood. He was an avid sportsman, a bass fisherman, a UK fan, Green Bay Packer fan, and Barron County Trojan fan. He was retired from Eaton Axle and from the Dana Corporation. Steve was saved as a young boy and loved the church and his church family. He is survived by his wife, Betty Spillman Jackson, 2 daughters, Sonia Hammer and Stefania Coots, 4 grandchildren, Stone Hammer, Ashley Hammer, Summer Coots Martin, Jackson Coots, a brother, Kelly R. Jackson, 3 sisters, Janie L. Tharp, Carlotta F. Short, and Lisa G. Crane, best friend Bobby Lyons, several nieces, nephews, great-nieces, and great-nephews. The funeral service for Stephen Jackson will be Saturday at 1 at the Hatcher and Sadler Funeral Home with burial in the Glasgow Municipal Cemetery. Visitation will be from 4 until 8 Friday at the funeral home, and after 10 a.m. Saturday until the funeral hour. Robin Gail Kinsey, age 62, of Burkesville, died Monday at the Cumberland County Hospital. She was born in 1960 to the late Shirley Gertley Noe and Tommy Noe. She is survived by a daughter, Christy Clark of Shepherdsville, 2 grandchildren, Hannah Nicole Hodge and Trenton Lucas Hodge, both of Shepherdsville, a great-grandchild, Levi Ryder Webb, sisters Rhonda K. Reed of Burkesville, Sonia Gay Harris of Burkesville, and Tanya Renee Green of Shepherdsville, a brother, Stuart Dwayne Noe of Shepherdsville as well. The funeral service for Robin Kinsey will be Sunday at 11 at McMurtry Funeral Home, with burial to follow in the Cary Cemetery. Visitation will be Saturday from 10 until 7 and continuing on Sunday until the funeral hour at 11. In lieu of flowers, donations can be made to the McMurtry Funeral Home for expenses and can be made at the funeral home. Loretta Ann Stone, age 80, of Glasgow, died Tuesday. A lifelong Baptist, she was most recently a member of the First United Methodist Church, where she attended with her husband. Upon graduating from WKU in 1962, Loretta began work as an Allen County Extension agent before beginning her educational career as a home economics teacher for the Barron County school system. During her teaching career, she was an active teacher delegate at the local, district, and state levels. She completed her Rank 1 degree and eventually retired as a guidance counselor at Barron County High School. As a young adult, Loretta was an active member of the Calvary Baptist Church, serving as Sunday school teacher and a VBS director, along with various committee memberships. Loretta's retirement gave her the opportunity to enjoy the 2 hobbies she loved most, traveling and golfing. Loretta is survived by her husband, Robert W. Stone, her son, Lex Lindsay, and wife, Joanna, her daughter, Laura Markham, and husband, Steve. Her grandchildren, Kelsey Mannion, Grant Markham, and Hallie Anna Lindsay. Funeral service for Loretta Ann Stone will be Friday morning at 10 at the A.F. Crow & Son Funeral Home with burial in the Glasgow Municipal Cemetery. Visitation begins this afternoon at 5 p.m. Expressions of sympathy can be made in the form of donations to the Shanti Niketan Hospice Home. Marilyn June Estes Norris, age 83, of Summershade, died Tuesday at Signature Healthcare of Monroe County. She worked at Belden and Tompkinsville and was a member of the Oak Hill Church of Christ. She is survived by a son, Dwight Norris of Summershade, a granddaughter, Amanda Van Camp of Summershade, grandson, Billy Norris of Summershade, 3 great-grandchildren, Carson and Connor Van Camp and Gracie Norris. Also surviving 2 sisters, Jeanette Fierce of Summershade and Mary Nell Hurt of Wabash, Indiana. A brother, Jimmy Estes of Indianapolis. Services for Marilyn June Estes Norris will be Friday at 11 o'clock at the McMurtry Funeral Home, with burial to follow in the Summershade Cemetery. Visitation begins at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Service for Samuel Wayne Trowbridge, 86, of Cave City, will be Friday at 1 o'clock at A.F. Crow & Son Funeral Home, with burial to follow in the Asbury Cemetery, with military honors provided by DAV Chapter 20. Visitation will be today from 2 until 8, and on Friday morning until the funeral hour. Service for Angela K. Hayes, 47, will be at 2 o'clock Friday at Butler Funeral Home, with burial to follow in the Van Zant Cemetery. Visitation begins at 9:30 on Friday morning. Service for Carrie Mae Riley Dennison, age 82, of Hart County, will be held today at 1 o'clock at Servant Valley United Baptist Church. Burial to follow in the Horse Cave Municipal Cemetery under the direction of the Wynn Funeral Home. Service for Carolyn Blair, 65, of Cave City, will be today at 1 o'clock at Patton Funeral Home's Cave City Chapel, interred at the Locust Grove Cemetery. Service for Charlotte Pursley Blakely, 72, of Glasgow, will be today at 1 o'clock at Hatcher and Sadler Funeral Home, with burial to follow in the Happy Valley Memorial Gardens. Service for Connie Lynn Martin, 53, of Edmonton, will be today at 1 o'clock at Butler Funeral Home, burial in the G. Harvey Cemetery. Obituary information is available 24 hours a day free at WCLUradio.com and on the WCLU app. No login is necessary.
South Central Kentucky Monuments in Glasgow wants you to know that if you've recently lost a loved one or if you're thinking about a pre-need monument, they're here to make the process as stress-free as possible. With plenty of examples and a multitude of custom options, South Central Kentucky Monuments has the ability to offer you exactly what you want or help steer you in the right direction based on your preferences. Let my friends David and Adam Jesse provide the service and craftsmanship you deserve. To learn more, visit SouthCentralKYMonuments.com.
There's nothing like basketball in the Bluegrass. It's part of a tradition in this area, just like SCRTC, providing reliable service for over 70 years. Our talented employees and customers we love are what keeps us going. Great basketball teams are reliable and fast, just like SCRTC. We know how dedicated you are to your team. SCRTC Internet is dedicated as well. It's never shared, so your speed is all yours. Now go cheer for your team this year, and SCRTC will make sure you're covered with fast, reliable service. Let's turn to local sports. We have a change in the schedule for tonight. The Glasgow Lady Scotty basketball team is going to host Todd Central tonight at Scotty Gym. Now, this is going to be a varsity-only contest tonight. The game time starts at 6:30. You can join us for the broadcast of the game at 6:20 on WCLU 103.1 and 1490 on Willie 94.1 and 102.3 and online at WCLUradio.com or the WCLU app. Also in girls action tonight, Allen County Scottsville welcomes Russellville. That's a check of local sports.
Here's the score for the Kentucky News Network. I'm Scott Fitzgerald. Well, the 16th ranked Kentucky Wildcats continue preparations for 8-2 Yale on Saturday. The Bulldogs are coming in, having lost at Butler 71-61 on Tuesday. Last night on the Coach John Calipari show, heard throughout the Commonwealth, the coach addressing all the Cats' free throw problem.
I've coached teams that have not been great free throw shooters. There's only one solution to free throws. Well, why not this drill and why not that drill? Somebody said that Coach Hall would make them shoot 100. They had to make 90 or they'd shoot again. You could be mean. If you miss, you're going to run. You can be positive. We're going to give you rewards for making them. I'm going to tell you there's one way. recruit better free throw shooters.
Again, the Cats will get back at it Saturday, taking on Yale. Last night in Knoxville, Eastern Kentucky got 13 points from freshman Leland Walker, but it wasn't enough. The 7th-ranked Vols pulled away late in the first half. They beat the Colonels 84-49. On to women's college basketball, the University of Kentucky playing their final tune-up before they faced Louisville and Lexington. They were in Minnesota last night, taking on the Golden Gophers.
Fierce battle to the baseline, pull up 10-footer, ran and out, rebound tapped around and won by Benton underneath. Ahead to Walker up the near sideline. Walker down to the right elbow, free throw line, pull up jumper, bottom. Walker having a great first half with 12 points.
Darren Hedrick with the call. She going to have a great game and pour in 19 points while Asia Petty notched her second straight double-double. Kentucky runs the record to 7-1 with an 80-74 win at Minnesota. And finally, college volleyball Sweet 16 play gets underway in the Commonwealth later today in downtown Louisville. It'll be second-seeded Louisville taking on 4-seed Baylor. Meanwhile, out west in Palo Alto, California, it'll be 12-seeded Kentucky taking on second-seeded San Diego. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
This is Ernie Johnson Jr. Sports is about overcoming obstacles, and college coaches work hard to help young men overcome Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It's called Coach to Cure MD, and you can help. Text the word CURE to 501-501 to donate $25 on your next mobile phone bill, or go online to coachtocuremd.org. Text the word CURE to 501-501. Help coaches cure MD.
Brought to you by the American Football Coaches Association.
Becco's new line of dishwashers feature Corner Intense, the first sprayer that cleans all the way to the corners. Becco achieves this performance using 50% less water and 25% less energy than U.S. standards for dishwashers, which is why when you choose Becco, you not only get cleaner dishes, but you're making the planet cleaner too. Save energy and money with gift card rebates up to $200 on eligible models until December 31st. Visit Becco.com for more details. That's BEKO.com.
Hey friends, there's that music, which means it's time again for the Halchin's Lucky Name program on this Thursday. I'm James Coates. How's it going today? Thank you for joining us. We're going to be drawing for $5 in free groceries coming up here in just a few minutes. Thank you for joining us here on 1490 AM, 103.1 FM. Of course, online, WCLUradio.com, or download our free app today. If you have a smart device, it's a great way to listen if you're going to be out of town or on vacation, or if you have friends and family that would enjoy this type programming. Maybe they live in another state. They can still listen in through the internet. It's very handy, very, very convenient. $5 today coming up here, and we have some great gospel music too right after our drawing this morning, so be listening for that. Our mailing address, P.O. Box 1628, Glasgow, Kentucky, 42142. All you got to do is pick up a postcard, fill it out with your name and address, and send it to us. WCLU Radio, Halchin's Lucky Name Program, P.O. Box 1628, Glasgow, Kentucky, 42142. Let's just go ahead and jump right in today on this Thursday morning. We have several cards inside. We're going to mix them up real good. When we draw your name, you have to call us and let us know you're listening to be our winner. Just because we call your name doesn't mean you win. You have to call in and claim that prize. All right, here we go. Here's a card this morning. This person says, thanks for drawing my name on the Halchin's program. Y'all do a great job. Well, thank you. It's Linda Bewley from Etoile. Linda Bewley. She says, God bless you all. Well, bless you too. And thanks for listening, for your postcard. Call us up today to be our official winner. Linda Bewley, 651-9149, 800-956-1023. We'd love to hear from Linda Bewley today. As a matter of fact, we're going to play this song right here, this gospel song, to give Linda a couple of extra minutes to get to that phone.
I have heard of a place where there is no crying, no tears, not another tear, no crying. Up there on high, in that home on high, up above the sky. And I've heard of a place where there is no dying, no debt. And I'm going there by and by, yes, by and by. Then I'm going to hear that new song of perfect harmony. Perfect harmony, sung by the blood-washed saints, so glad and free. Saints so glad and free, there upon the streets of gold, hand in hand with sages old. Never a care, for Jesus is there. What a jubilee! Just listen, can you hear that song of harmony? Song of harmony, drifting back to beckon you and me. Beckon you and me, how the courts of heaven will ring when God's choir begins to sing that new song of perfect harmony, sweet harmony. If the way is rough, I am sure I can make it safe home. If I hold of my Savior, my Savior's hand, if I hold His hand, I will surely stand. If I suffer for Christ, I know I can take it until I shall enter the glory land. Then I'm gonna hear that new song of perfect harmony. Perfect harmony, sung by the blood-washed saints, so glad and free. Saints so glad and free, there upon the streets of gold, hand in hand with sages old. Never a care, for Jesus is there. What a jubilee! Just listen, can you hear that song of harmony? Song of harmony, drifting back to beckon you and me. Beckon you and me, how the courts of heaven will ring when God's choir begins to sing that new song of perfect harmony, sweet harmony. That new song of perfect harmony, sweet harmony.
Song of Perfect Harmony. That's the Toms 4 from many years ago today on the program. Coming up, we'll be announcing our winner. Hopefully we have a winner today. But right now we want to talk about Houchins. They sponsor us today. Always great deals going on at Houchins. Be sure and stop by and get you some goodies today.
'Tis the season for holiday baking. Stock up on all the staples with our Best Choice Baking Sale at your Houchins IGA. Select varieties Best Choice Gravy Mixes, 49 cents. Best Choice Beef or Chicken Broth, 79 cents. Select varieties of Best Choice Cranberry Sauce and Pumpkin, 2 for $3. Select Best Choice Canned Vegetables, 5 for $3. Be the star baker this season and take advantage of all the weekly deals only at your Houchins IGA. View the full weekly ad at myiga.com.
Here's a look at events on WCOU Radio. Mary Wood Weldon Library's story time for kids 6 months old to preschool age will be at 10 a.m. today. Registration is required. Register online at weldonpubliclibrary.org/events. The Metcalfe County 21st CCLC After School Program, along with the Metcalfe County Family Resource Youth Services Center, invites all parents and families to attend Social Media Dangers with Michael Lemon at 5:30 tonight. Bridge Kentucky at 603 West Main Street in Glasgow is collecting unpackaged toys for children in need for their Christmas toy drive from 9 to 4:30 Tuesday through Friday. You must have toys by this Friday, December 9th. The Friends of Mary Wood Weldon Library Holiday Book Sale is from 9 to 3 this Friday and Saturday. Shop for like new, reasonably priced gift books and other holiday-themed books and DVDs. All proceeds benefit the library. The Barron County Toys for Tots sign-ups are going on now through this Saturday at the Barron County Community Relief Office at 317A Columbia Avenue. Submit your events at least 2 weeks in advance at WCOUradio.com.
Do you have a good as gold person in your life? That special someone that makes your life a little brighter? If so, we would love to make mention here at WCLU. Maybe a special friend, pastor, spouse, or anyone who is like sunshine in your life. Nominations are being accepted right now. Just visit WCLUradio.com for full information, and if selected, they'll have a chance to win a free meal from A Little Taste of Texas, a $20 value. But don't wait too long, days are filling up. WCLUradio.com.
Injuries and illnesses that require immediate attention can happen anytime, any day of the week. That's why TJ Urgent Care is open daily, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Their team of doctors and nurse practitioners are highly trained in caring for your family's urgent health care needs. With on-site lab, radiology, and pharmacy, TJ Urgent Care provides the ultimate convenience. No appointment is needed, and TJ Urgent Care is open 7 days a week. TJ Urgent Care, located at the TJ Health Pavilion in Glasgow. TJ Urgent Care, total local care.
Welcome back, and a big hearty congratulations goes to Linda Bewley for being our winner today. Linda is from Etoile, beautiful Etoile, Kentucky. Linda, we appreciate your postcard, for your phone call, too, for listening in today. Linda's been a part of the Houchins Lucky Name program for a long, long time. And several of you, too, you've been listening to this program for many, many years. We appreciate it. Keep those cards coming in to us. P.O. Box 1628, Glasgow, Kentucky 42142. Box 1628, Glasgow 42142. Add your name and address on there. Make sure that's on there. Very important, because we have to mail you some information to take to Houchins. Linda, be watching your mailbox for that information, and go ahead and send us another card so we can make you another winner real soon. Box 1628, Glasgow 42142. Tomorrow we'll be drawing for $5 in free groceries on a Friday. Hard to believe tomorrow's Friday, but it is. And we've had a great week of winning here on the drawing. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come right back with some great gospel music. Stay with us. A message from the South Green Street Church of Christ.
Would you say that people consider you to be wise? Is that even something that you've given any thought to? Does it seem appealing to you for someone to consider you wise? More importantly, have you ever stopped and asked this question: does God consider me to be wise? Do you think you're wise by spouting off different answers, by saying things that are profound, by saying things that impress others, by having all the answers? God says we're wise when we listen, and we seek to learn, and we seek to grow. Proverbs 15:31, the ear that listens to life-giving reproof will dwell among the wise. How well do you take criticism? How well do you seek to learn and grow? Are you foolish or wise? This has been Bart Warren for the South Green Street Church of Christ.
South Green Street Church of Christ, 306 South Green Street in Glasgow, 270-651-5409.
If you're 50 or older, or live with diabetes or heart disease, untreated COVID could be deadly. Got COVID symptoms? Talk to a doctor and get treated right away. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Bring your family to the Plaza Theater December 9th, 10th, or 11th for the holiday event of the year. Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, presented by the Far Off Broadway Players. Your favorite characters, live carols, and a live fiddler on stage. A Christmas Carol, presented by the Far Off Broadway Players, December 9th, 10th, and 11th at the Plaza Theater. Phone 270-361-2101 or visit historicplaza.com.
This holiday at Metro by T-Mobile, get a free 5G tablet for the whole family. Wait, is that Luis Fonsi?
Imagine even more savings and more video calling, more sharing every memory. So happy together.
Enjoy a free 5G tablet after rebate with unlimited HD when you add a tablet line for only $30. Only at Metro. If congested, customers using greater than 35 gigabytes per month may notice reduced speeds plus tax via rebate on virtual prepaid MasterCard after third monthly payment. See store for details.
Weather from the WCLU Weather Center. Brought to you by Key Cleaners on Happy Valley Road in Glasgow.
Protect your investment in your clothes and your image by having your clothes professionally dry cleaned at Key Cleaners in Glasgow. The Catron family has years of experience in caring for the most delicate of garments, as well as drapes and sheers, spreads and comforters, with convenient hours of 6:45 to 5:30 Monday through Friday and Saturday 8 till 1. Key 1-hour cleaners, Happy Valley Road, Glasgow, where we accept Visa and MasterCard.
In the WCLU Forecast Center today, showers with patchy fog throughout the day, a high of 57. The rain chance is 90%. Rain chance of 60% tonight with showers likely, a low of 53. 40% chance of Friday, showers before noon, becoming mostly cloudy, a high of 62. Friday night, mostly cloudy, a low of 41. And then on Saturday, a 40% chance of showers, mostly cloudy, a high of 55. That's your forecast here from WCLU, your home for local. 52 degrees at WCLU.
When I was drifting out in sin, I had no hope, no joy within. Then Jesus came, and He made me glad. The dearest friend I've ever had.
He saved my soul.
Oh,
bless His name. I'll never forget.
The day He came.
'Cause He makes me glad. When I am sad.
The dearest friend I've ever had. Oh, sinner, come to Jesus right now, and at His feet, just humbly bow. He'll save your soul, and He'll make you glad. The dearest friend I've ever had.
He saved my soul. Oh, bless His name. I'll never forget.
the day He came.
'Cause He makes me glad.
He makes me
When I am
glad.
sad.
When I am sad, the dearest friend I've ever had.
He saved my soul.
He saved my soul.
Oh, bless His name.
Oh, bless His name.
I'll never forget.
I'll never forget the day He came.
'Cause He makes me glad.
He makes me
When I
glad.
am sad.
When I am sad, the dearest friend I've ever had. The dearest friend I've ever had.
The dearest friend I ever had, man. What a great song and a great version. I guess that's my all-time favorite version of that old song. The Comptons today on Southern Gold here at WCLU. Good day to you, folks. Thanks for listening in here at WCLU, 1490 AM, 103.1 FM. And, of course, you can always listen to us online, too. We have a quality audio stream right there for you at WCLUradio.com. Here's one by request. We played this song a few days ago. A person wanted to hear it again. Dr. Ralph Stanley and One Drop of Water.
The rich man lived in luxury, surrounded by his door. He'd always had the very best that money could afford. He left this world not caring about his resting place. He laid his eyes toward heaven, but it was too late.
Give me
One drop of water, the rich man cried from hell. One drop of water, but still no water fell. He always was a selfish man, his heart was filled with greed. Now little drop of water is all he'll ever need. You can't love gold and silver and love the Savior too. Like the eye of a needle, your chance of getting through. So make your reservations before another day, for all your gold and silver will surely pass away.
Give me
One drop of water, the rich man cried from hell. One drop of water, but still no water fell. He always was a selfish man, his heart was filled with greed. Now little drop of water is all he'll ever need. heaven, it's by amazing grace, where everyone is equal, no matter creed or race. So have no other Bible, and always put God first. We'll live on milk and honey, and we will never thirst. Give me one drop of water, the rich man cried from hell. One drop of water, but still no water fell. He always was a selfish man, his heart was filled with greed. Now a little drop of water is all he'll ever need. Now a little drop of water is all he'll ever need.
It came upon the midnight clear, that glorious song of old, from angels bending near the earth to touch their harps of gold. Peace on the earth, goodwill to men, from heaven's all gracious King. The world in solemn stillness lay to hear the angels sing.
For through the cloven skies they come, with peaceful wings unfurled, and still their heavenly music floats o'er all the weary world. Above the sad and lonely plains, they bend on hovering wings, and ever o'er its babble sounds the blessed angels sing. Lo, the days are hastening on, my prophets seen of old, when with the ever-circling years shall come the time foretold, when the new heaven and earth shall own the Prince of Peace, their King, and all the world sends back the song which now the angels sing, which now the angels sing.
Music there from the Old Paths on Southern Gold. Some Christmas music for you. Merry Christmas from all of us here at WCLU. Here's another. This one here's from the Oak Ridge Boys with an old Christmas classic, Away in a Manger.
Away in a manger, no crib for a bed. The little Lord Jesus laid down his sweet head. The stars in the sky look down where he lay. The little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay. The cattle are lowing, the baby awakes, but little Lord Jesus no crying he makes. I love you, Lord Jesus, look down from the sky and stay by my cradle till morning is nigh. Be near me, Lord Jesus, I ask you to stay close by me forever
and love me, I pray. Bless all the dear children in thy tender care, and fit us for heaven to live with you there.
Some glad morning when this life is o'er, I'll fly away to a home on God's celestial shore. I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh glory. I'll fly away. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. Just a few more weary days and then I'll fly away to a land where joy shall never end. I'll fly away. Well, I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away. When I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. See Jesus in the air, coming after you and me, joy is ours to share. What rejoicing there will be when the saints shall rise, headed for that jubilee yonder in the sky. Oh, what a singing, oh, what a shouting, on that happy morning when we all shall rise. Oh, what a glory. Blessed Savior in the sky. Seems that now I almost see all the sainted dead, rising for that jubilee that is just ahead. In the twinkling of an eye, change within to be all the living saints to fly to that jubilee. When with all the heavenly hosts we begin to sing, singing in the Holy Ghost, how the heavens will ring. Millions there will join the song, with them we shall be, praising Christ through ages long, heaven's jubilee. Oh, what a singing, oh, what a shouting, on that happy morning when we all shall rise. Oh, glory, hallelujah, glory, when we meet our blessed Savior in the sky. Oh, what singing, oh, what shouting, on that happy morning when we all shall rise. Oh, what glory, hallelujah, glory, when we meet our blessed Savior in the sky. When we meet our blessed Savior in
Glasgow's best variety, WCLU Glasgow, W276DO Glasgow, WCLU.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Eggland's Best.
I'm Stephen Portnoy in Washington.
I'm going to smile right now.
Cherelle Griner, wife of WNBA star Brittany Griner, on the news that she has been released from a Soviet-era penal colony following a prisoner swap today with Russia in the United Arab Emirates. Cherelle Griner joined President Biden at the White House to celebrate Brittany's release.
She's safe. She's on a plane. She's on her way home.
after months of being unjustly detained in Russia, held under intolerable circumstances.
Griner was arrested in February for the cannabis oil found in her luggage. She was sentenced to 9 years. To effect the swap for Griner, Mr. Biden ordered the release of convicted Russian arms dealer Viktor Bout, who was sentenced to 25 years in a U.S. prison for conspiring to sell AK-47s that would have been used to kill American drug agents. The deal leaves behind retired Marine Paul Whelan, convicted in Russia of espionage charges that the U.S. calls false.
This was not a choice of which American to bring home.
The Whelan family says the news of the one-for-one swap is devastating for him, but the president vows
we'll keep negotiating in good faith for Paul's release. I guarantee that.
I'm Stephen Portnoy in Washington. Now with more CBS News, here's Deborah Rodriguez.
Mask mandates could be back in the U.S. soon amid a growing triple threat of infections. CBS's Carter Evans.
Here at the Mass General Hospital for Children in Boston, the pediatric ICU is at 100% capacity, and most of the patients here are on oxygen or ventilators.
This past year has been unlike any other years in the past, with RSV season starting much earlier.
RSV, or respiratory syncytial virus, is surging along with the flu and COVID-19 infections nationwide.
The number of people filing for unemployment ticked up slightly last week. Applications rose by 4,000 over the week before. Bankrate's Mark Hamrick.
Where we see a bigger change is with continuing claims, measuring the total number of people receiving assistance through regular state programs. That number now at 1.67 million, up 62,000 from the previous week.
Most car makers have met a deadline for potentially life-saving technology. Jeff Gilbert with our affiliate WWJ.
There are now only a relative handful of vehicles that don't have automatic emergency braking, the result of a voluntary agreement made by 20 car makers. Insurance Institute for Highway Safety Research Director David Zuby says the technology prevents collisions.
We estimate a 50% reduction in those types of crashes.
Gas prices have just fallen below last year's average. AAA says a gallon of regular is $3.32 today from $3.36 a year ago. This is CBS News.
Eggland's Best. The only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Because the way we care is anything but ordinary. Only Eggland's Best.
I'm Tamron Hall. Why give your family just ordinary eggs when they can enjoy the best? Eggland's Best. The only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition compared to ordinary eggs. With 6 times more vitamin D, 10 times more vitamin E, 25% less saturated fat, and 38% more lutein. Because the way we care is anything but ordinary. Only Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
This low-acid food series is brought to you by Prilosec OTC.
I'm Carla Hall. Heartburn affects many of us. Here are some tips to ease the pain. Cut back on carbonated beverages. Try ginger tea, which has anti-inflammatory properties. Also, don't eat late at night and then immediately lay down for bed. Try letting your body digest food for at least 2 to 3 hours first.
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. Use as directed.
Are you grappling with that seasonal decision?
It is a frequent question during the holiday season when we use a lot of services to tip or not to tip.
The frequency of holiday tipping is up this year, but the amounts that people are giving are down.
Bankrate.com senior industry analyst Ted Rossman with some of the creativity involved in that.
The Postal Service frowns upon cash tips, as do FedEx and UPS. In some cases, maybe leaving snacks or drinks out for your delivery driver if you're inclined to do something.
Tom Foti, CBS News.
Sad news from Celine Dion. The 54-year-old says it explains.
Recently have been diagnosed with a very rare neurological disorder called stiff person syndrome, which affects what's been causing all of the spasms that I've been having.
She's canceled or postponed all upcoming shows. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Did you know there's a conservative advocacy and benefits organization with over 2 million members and counting? It's AMAC,
the Association of Mature American Citizens. Hi, this is Mary Walter. Here are 3 reasons why you should consider joining AMAC right now. First, AMAC saves you money from discounts on travel and lodging, cell phones and plans, access to insurance products, and more. Joining AMAC is a powerful tool against inflation. Second, with a bi-monthly magazine, daily website content, podcasts with America's thought leaders, and an app that delivers insightful coverage of the issues that matter most, AMAC is a trusted source of information. And third, the reason that people say is their favorite is that AMAC fights for your conservative values on Capitol Hill. With more than 2 million members, AMAC is a voice that cannot be ignored, working tirelessly to preserve the freedom secured by our Constitution. Go to amac.us/liberty and join today. That's amac.us/liberty. amac.us/liberty.
1490 WCLU is proud to bring Southern Kentucky the Big Blue Nation. It's the Kentucky Sports Radio Show with your host, Matt Jones.
This is Kentucky Sports Radio presented by Stockton Mortgage. Now, here's Matt Jones.
Welcome, everyone. Kentucky Sports Radio, Thursday, December the 8th. I am Matt Jones here on a rainy day in just outside of Memphis, Tennessee. You can give us a shout on the Clark's Puppet Shop phone line, 502-571-1080. A-Vision Auto Glass text machine is 772-774-5254. In this edition, sponsored by the TJ Smith Law Office. If you call TJ, he'll make them pay. I am here in Memphis. Ryan is in Lexington. Shannon is in Louisville. We're in 3 different places. Ryan, I already had some technical difficulties this morning, so when I say this show is hanging by a postcard, it is hanging by a postcard. I had to stick a postcard into this Comrex unit to put something between the rubber casing and the touch screen so the casing wouldn't hit the touch screen and disconnect it. I used my MacGyver tools this morning, Shannon, to do it. And right now, literally, the show is hanging, Ryan, by a postcard.
Never fails, man. I mean, we go on the road, stuff's going to happen. But good to hear your voice, good you're back, so I'm glad your postcard is working for you.
I'm glad it is, too. I've missed doing it. I was traveled around the South. I was in Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, and Texas, and now I'm on my way back. We'll be back this evening, and we're in a remote tomorrow, am I correct, in Bardstown, right?
Yeah, Log Still Distillery in New Haven, Kentucky, just outside of Bardstown.
So it's in New Haven, Kentucky?
Yes.
Log Still Distillery. Well, Ryan, I don't know what that is, but I'm excited to go.
It's the AMP at Dant Crossing. Does that help anything? Does that make it like...
So we're at the AMP, we're at the theater, or we're at the distillery?
Well, I mean, it's like all there in the same area. So you got Log Still Distillery at the AMP at Dant Crossing, if that makes sense.
That's a lot of words.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we'll be at Log Still Distillery tomorrow, Ryan, and it'll be nice to see all of you all again.
Yeah, I think in the Legacy Room is where we are at the distillery is what I'm being told. So should have a good crowd, I think, down there. We always do when we go to Bardstown area.
The Legacy Room. Well, good. That sounds like a nice room. Well, so I've been gone. You know, I try to pick times, Shannon, to go on vacation when there may not be a lot going on. I failed at that.
Yeah, you did.
This was definitely a fail when it comes to not a lot going on. The transfer portal, we changed offensive coordinators. So I wrote down like 10 things that happened while I was gone. And I thought, Ryan, what we do is just go through and, you know, some of this isn't news, but we'll update the news that I have, but also just discuss all of the things that happened, because a lot has happened, and I didn't get to weigh in on any of it except on Twitter, where everything you say just makes people mad, and so I thought this would be a better way to do it.
Well, especially since on your last day, they waited 3 minutes after you signed off to announce the OC news. That's exactly what happened.
Well, that's true. All right, well, let's go through this. I think the biggest story on people's minds is the OC search, etc., and that, of course, presumes that we got rid of the offensive coordinator. They got rid of Rich Scangarello. I have to say, Ryan, I wasn't surprised by that. It's the right move, I think. Who knows what would have happened in a different world where Levis is healthy all year, where Rodriguez is there all year, where, who knows what happens then. But at the end of the day, it didn't really work the way people wanted. I think there was a lot of negativity around stuff, and it was probably the best decision to go ahead and move on.
I agree. And even though I think, he was handcuffed a little knowing that Levis was hurt and the offensive line took a while to finally get settled in. But I think even with that said, the fact that Kentucky had a hard problem scoring 27 points, 25 points a game is not something that Stoops was happy with.
Well, and the other thing is, look, when you're a good offensive coordinator, you scheme around stuff, right? I mean, I say this we had a wide receiver at quarterback one year, and Eddie Graham found a way to win 7 games, right? Like, I mean, you have to find a way to around stuff, and that didn't necessarily happen. And so, I get the decision. I think the most basic reason that it happened, you could hear in Stoops' press conference. He said 2 things. He said, I don't want to wait 38 seconds to run plays. And that was a problem all year where it felt like the plays were getting in late and the guys didn't know, and we'd get, delay of games or false starts, like all kinds of stuff. And then he said, and I think this is the big key, some of that terminology and stuff we needed to simplify. You heard this all the time from people around the program, that the pro-style thing that he was doing was just too complicated for a lot of the players, and that he sort of wouldn't alter from that. And I think, Ryan, is that the player's fault? Is that his fault? Who knows? It just didn't work, and I think that's probably why they made the change.
All right, and I think when we all look back on this season, it's going to be, we had one of the top draft picks in a quarterback, one of the best running backs in the conference. We had some of the best young receivers in the conference, in the country, and now they could not move the football and got beat by Vanderbilt at home and South Carolina at home.
Well, that's what did him in, right? Like losing to Vanderbilt at home. I think because you could excuse that South Carolina loss. Well, Levis didn't play. Right? And then South Carolina at the end of the year beats Tennessee and Clemson. You couldn't excuse the Vanderbilt. When he lost to Vanderbilt, no offense to your team, Shannon, but when you lose to Vanderbilt, you got to change something. You just have to.
100% right in line with you. I mean, if he wins that game, all of a sudden you're looking at a team that has 8 wins, going for 9 in the bowl. I think it's that and a combination of not even putting up a fight against Tennessee. You got to score more than 6 points.
I agree. I think if he beats Vanderbilt, though, Ryan, interesting enough, they probably keep him.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I mean, that, and he lost because of a 4th and 11 completion when our cornerback got hurt, which has nothing to do with him. But I think that probably did him in right there. So then now the question is, of course, who the OC is going to be. And, Ryan, I feel sort of more – and, again, I want to do a caveat on all of this because there are times in this in coaching searches or even player decisions where people can literally change their mind at the last time. Terrence Jones famously, Ryan – told Kentucky he was coming, walked outside, picked Washington at the press conference, and then an hour later flipped to Kentucky. So whatever you knew, if you came out and reported Terrence Jones was going to come to Kentucky, you looked wrong at the West Washington at the announcement, but you looked right after. And if right before he walked, you were a Washington site and you said he's about to pick Washington, and he does, and then he flips to Kentucky, you're wrong. So on some level, Ryan, you can always be wrong on these things.
No doubt about it. Not just players, but coaches as well, aren't they?
Yeah, coaches right? can. I mean, I can give you a couple times that our coaches were surprised in decisions. But I feel better this morning about Liam Cohen being the new offensive coordinator than I really have at any point. I think absent something crazy happening in the next 24 hours, he'll be the offensive coordinator and probably. Although, again, I thought he would be announced on Monday or Tuesday. I think there was an agreement tentatively in place on Monday, and I thought he would get announced, and then it didn't happen. Now they play tonight. So, Ryan, he's not going to get announced today before the game.
No.
Right?
No.
So maybe the decision was made to wait until after the game earlier in the week. I don't know. But I feel very good that absent a change, and there always can be a change, that Liam Cohen will be the offensive coordinator. Potentially we find that out tomorrow or Saturday.
Well, it's definitely going to make everybody happy. I mean, if that, he ends up coming back here, I think, like Stoops wants him here yesterday, it seems like, sooner than later, and is the delay about his contract? That's kind of the growing opinion?
Well, I think the delay is this. The NFL is not college football. Guys don't just leave before the season's over. I mean, think about it. I can only think of 2 guys, Ryan, that left before the season's over. Bobby Petrino and Nick Saban. And neither one of them will ever be back in the NFL, right? I just don't think you do that. It's just not the mentality there. So I think Liam Cohen wants to have a future in the NFL. I think he wants to be an NFL head coach. So I think his view is, I'm not breaking this contract and leaving in the middle of the year without the Rams' blessing. And I think a lot of this has been figuring out, how do you reach an arrangement that gets the Rams' blessing? And I don't know. The last conversation I had with someone that I know knows what they're talking about, that was what they were working on, is how do you get the Rams' blessing? And I have not heard a finalized result on what they've done or will do, but I still think he ends up the OC here. I think that's well, I was told by someone who would know yesterday, 95% chance it's happening. That, to me, Ryan, is very good.
I would take that. I mean, your sources are pretty good, so I definitely would take that. And I understand why Cohen is doing that, But
I also think, by the way, I think Stoops has talked to other people this week. Matter of fact, I know he has. Because I think there's a view of they can't wait past this week.
Right.
And I actually thought, this is why I thought it was going to be Monday or Tuesday. I thought they kind of had the view that they couldn't wait past Monday or Tuesday. Maybe something happened that made them feel okay about waiting till the end of the, but I think the most likely scenario to me is that Cohen takes the job and finishes the year with the Rams. Because they don't need him here, Ryan. They just need to be able to announce it's him. You know what I mean? So that the players, their recruiting, et cetera, everybody knows.
That's it. That's why Stoops wants that in place, so he can go out and get these players in the portal and keep his recruiting class intact, knowing who their coordinator is going to be.
Yeah. I said, Shannon, in a tweet that I thought 2 of the 3 non-Cohen candidates were people that played college football within 2 hours of Lexington.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that tweet?
No.
You don't know what's going on in sport. Do you get on Twitter?
I do. I don't follow your every move. No.
You should though.
No.
I follow your every move.
Well, that's very stalkerish of you.
I want to know where Alice Bluegown is playing at all given moments.
I see some
Brandenburg,
of your tweets.
It seems like a lot. You're big in Brandenburg.
Hey, yeah, we're stars out there. I see some of your tweets. I didn't see that one in particular, to answer your question. No.
But so let's just assume, Ryan, the 2-hour thing. Do you have a guess who those 2 people would have been, Ryan?
Gino Guidugli, for sure, I think, is one of them.
Correct.
Yeah. The second one, I would guess Dave Ragone.
That's a good guess, but it's not him.
Okay.
So I'll leave it at that.
All right.
But you guessed one, and since he said it, Shannon, it's not on me, right?
Yeah. I could have guessed that.
How could you have guessed?
Because we talked about it yesterday on the pre-show.
Well, I wasn't on yesterday's show.
See, maybe you should listen.
Yeah, I'm busy.
Maybe
I
you
got
should
things
follow
going
what I do.
on.
Maybe you should follow what I do.
Huh?
Maybe you should follow what I do.
I do. I follow you on Twitter. You're playing in Brandenburg at the Meade County Historical Museum with
I'm so
Alice
glad
Bluegown.
you're back. I'm so glad you're back.
I missed you too. So anyway, but Ryan, I feel very good it's Liam Cohen. If it is Liam Cohen, are you happy with that move?
Absolutely. I think that's the right guy. And like Freddie was saying, you have to make him say no. You have to go after him because the fan base will be happy. The players will be happy. He brings that offense that attracts recruits. They want to play in that kind of offense. So I think he is absolutely the home run.
So what do you say to people who say he didn't do well with the Rams? Why do we want him back?
Well, yeah, I guess his argument is going to be, look, I didn't even call the plays with the Rams. I had that title of offensive coordinator. I helped develop the offense, and I helped put it in place, but I did not call the plays. Do you see what I did when I got a chance to call the plays with Levis and Wandale in my 1 year at UK, and we had success?
Yeah, so he didn't call the plays, and a lot of the failures were beyond his control. I mean, the quarterback's hurt, right? They lost every receiver except Cooper Kupp, and even he, I think, was hurt a couple times earlier in the year. They stink. And I don't really know. I mean, it's not like Sean McVay forgot how to coach in a year, right? Because they won the Super Bowl last year. I think it's just one of those things that happens. And I think there's also a good chance that Sean McVay won't even be the coach there next year, that he's going to go and join the television booth. And if so, I think this is to me, Ryan, it makes perfect sense for Liam Cohen to do.
Yeah, especially if McVay is leaving, man, the new coach will bring in his own coordinator. And so if he's got a job like this one laying in his lap, maybe it's a smart move to take it.
So they play tonight, Shannon. Now, I don't know if this is true. There's a guy on a message board, Shannon, whose name is Blue Johnson. Do you like that name?
It's a great name. Sounds like one of our advertisers.
His name is Blue Johnson. Now, I don't know if Blue Johnson knows anything.
Yeah.
Blue Johnson, by the way, and you can call 1-877-BLUE-JOHNSON to get what you need for all of your issues. Blue Johnson he's been talking about all this Cohen stuff. I've seen him on the Cats Illustrated message board, and he claims, Blue Johnson, that Cohen will be announced if the Rams lose tonight because they'll be out of the playoff hunt. That if they win tonight, it might not get announced because they'd still technically be in the playoff hunt. Now, I have no idea if that's true. Okay, that's not what I've heard. But, Shannon, when Blue Johnson talks, you got to listen to Blue Johnson.
Absolutely.
Right?
Blue Johnson may have a lot of inside information.
He may be. Maybe he's Cohen. Who knows?
Maybe so. No, I love that idea that's his screen name, Blue
Liam
Johnson.
Cohen took the name Blue Johnson?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, though, Shannon, that means we have to root for the Raiders tonight.
Have to have the Rams lose so that we can get this taken care of.
So we got to be Raiders fans,
yes.
Right. Now, again, I don't know if Blue Johnson is right, but listen, there's I think a commercial. If Blue Johnson speaks, everybody listens. So I think, Ryan, we all have to root for the Raiders tonight in Thursday Night Football.
Listen, I'm having a hard time not commenting on some things about Blue Johnson.
Don't comment. You're a child. Just answer the question. Are you rooting for the Raiders?
Absolutely. Yeah, you want the Raiders to lose so Stoops can make that announcement.
No, we want the Raiders to win. Shannon, see,
Raiders to win.
Rams lose, Raiders win.
Rams lose, Raiders win. That's what Blue Johnson says has to happen.
And Blue Johnson will have the announcement ready at 12:01 tomorrow. As soon as our show's over, they'll announce that maybe he is the OC.
Don't be bitter. Shannon, I want to tell you something.
Yeah.
The only messages I've gotten about the show that aren't, most of them were positive while I was gone, the vast majority, are that Ryan has become way too bitter and angry.
Yeah.
Is that happening?
There was a little bit of that, I think. Drew was pretty bitter too, though.
That's what I've heard, and I don't like this. Now, we're going to get to the bottom of this before the show's over. But remember, Blue Johnson says we need the Raiders to win. We'll take a break. 502-571-1080. We are back. I'm in Memphis. I'm on my way home. This is Kentucky Sports Radio.
To talk to Matt Jones and the crew, call the Clark's Pump and Shop phone line at 502-571-1080 or 1-877-904-1080, or send us the Kentucky branded KSR tweet of the day by tweeting Matt at KY Sports Radio.
Wouldn't you love to have all your favorite holiday songs about impaired driving in one place? Well, now you can with the Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over Holiday Collection. Here's what you get. It's beginning to look a lot like jail time. DUI won't be home for Christmas. There's no place like jail for the holidays. Deck the halls, but don't wreck your car. The 12 days of jail time. Joy to the world. You plan to ride. And many more. Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over. A message from the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
If you or someone you know have been injured in an accident, call TJ and he'll make them pay. TJ Smith is your Kentucky lawyer serving the entire state. He's already won over $230 million in settlements and verdicts for his clients, and he can do the same for you, whether it's car wreck, nursing home neglect, medical malpractice, whatever the case is. Call TJ, he'll make them pay. When you call TJ's office, you will always talk directly to TJ, and his personal cell phone number is 502-262-1716 or online at tjwillmakeempay.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
There are no words to describe it. The isolation, the boredom, the loneliness. If you're wondering where your teenage son or daughter's spirit went, you're hardly alone. The past year has been devastating, especially for them. But here's the good news. They might just find it again, playing high school sports. Workouts that stimulate, teammates and coaches that care, the sense of belonging so many of us have been missing lately. That's what school sports are all about. The sense of achievement is real, and the camaraderie is hard to beat. Coping with uncertainty is difficult, but school sports can help the teenagers in your family start feeling like themselves again. Encourage them to give it a try. High school sports, it's so much more than a game.
This message presented by the Kentucky High School Athletic Association and the Kentucky High School Athletic Directors Association.
Being cool with the situation, and I think that's been the holdup. And maybe Blue Johnson is right. They're okay with it as soon as they're out of the playoffs. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I haven't talked to Mr. Johnson, but Ryan, that's possible.
It does seem like that is a scenario that is.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
It could make sense, right?
Yep. Yeah, wait
Remember,
till they're.
Shannon, when we had that guy who called texted the text machine, and he was like Wink 772 or something like that.
Yeah.
He ended up being wrong, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Blue Johnson will be right or wrong.
Well, would you rather trust somebody named Blue Johnson or a Wink 972?
I'm a big believer in why not just trust them all, right? Until they're wrong.
Okay, all right.
Just why not?
Very trustworthy.
Well, you know, Shannon, you know I'm like this with people. I'd rather trust people and be fooled than to spend my life skeptical of everyone.
That's the difference between me and you.
I know you're exactly right, but that's why I like having you around, because I think it's better to be trustworthy or to be trustful, and you'll get burned a couple times, but you don't spend your life in cynicism.
Well, you don't want to get burned by Blue Johnson. That's of all people.
Well, that's how he got the name. 772-774-5254. One person writes, Matt, what about the stat that came out yesterday about our running backs? Shouldn't Scangarello be replaced for that as only? Yes. Did you hear about that, Ryan?
Yes.
We had fewer yards rushing before contact than any team in America. Now, let me repeat that. We had fewer yards rushing before we were hit than any team in America, which to me is an issue of your offensive line and your scheme. And to me, those two things are on the offensive coordinator. It also tells you how amazing Chris Rodriguez is that we actually ran the ball decently at times this year with that statistic being the case.
Yeah, I'm with you. It told me the offensive line issues that we had, but also told me that maybe our offense was so predictable, the defense knew exactly what was coming, and they were able to be ready for it on every play.
Doesn't that make it even more impressive what Chris Rodriguez was able to do?
No doubt. No doubt. That guy, if it wasn't for the 4-game suspension, would be Kentucky's all-time leading rusher. He only needs 230 yards to break the record. He would be number one. Yes.
Without that nonsense suspension that shouldn't have even occurred, but regardless. All right, transfer portal. We've had like 8 or 9 guys go in. It includes Cavassier Smoke, Christian Lewis, Chauncey Magwood, Rashawn Lewis, Keaton Upshaw, mostly offensive guys, receivers, tight ends, etc. You know, you knew this was going to happen. Is there anybody, Ryan, they lost that you think is a major person to lose?
I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but no, really. I mean, Chris Lewis is probably the best because he was a starter during the summer. He would have been in the rotation.
He's the only one for me.
Yeah, Chauncey Magwood got on the field some in the rotation, but if you're talking about somebody that's going to hurt us that's leaving, the answer is no.
Yeah, I don't really think so. I'm not sure that there's anyone, Ryan, that I really think hurts you. And I don't say that that may sound mean, but Chris, if you were to ask me of all those guys, who would you really want to have back? For me, Chris Lewis might be the only one. I mean, the rest, Keaton Upshaw's been passed by these tight ends. Smoke, I think he was a good player here, but I think it's probably okay I just don't think there's anybody of those groups, Ryan, that I really think we're going to be hurt by losing.
Only one on the defensive side. It's a backup cornerback that is in the portal.
I'm not even sure I knew who that was.
No, I didn't either. I didn't know his name.
Did you know who that was, Shannon?
No, I didn't.
What was his name?
Louis, Huey, something like
His
that.
name was not Louis. His first name, the guy's name was not Louis.
Last name was Huey or Louis.
His name is not Louis and Huey. That was not. We did not lose Louis Huey.
DuckTales.
We'll be right back.
At T-Mobile, we believe people deserve more without paying more. Get 4 iPhone 14s with their amazing cameras on us and 4 lines for $25 a line.
Wow, it's like expecting a Christmas caroler.
Deck the hall with boughs of holly.
But getting a whole choir.
Deck the hall with boughs of holly.
With an epic horn section, too.
It's the season to be jolly.
It's so cool. I'm capturing it all with the amazing camera on my new iPhone 14.
Plus, T-Mobile has Price Lock Guarantee. Unlike the other big guys, we guarantee we won't raise the price of your rate plan for talk, text, or data. So what are you waiting for? Switch to T-Mobile and get 4 iPhone 14s on us with eligible trade-ins and 4 lines for $25 a line. Get used to getting even more from T-Mobile.
With 24 monthly bill credits and autopay plus taxes and fees for well-qualified customers with 4-line minimum. If you cancel service before 24 credits, credit stop and balance on required finance agreement for all devices is due. Price lock for rate plan price of current on-network service for eligible lines. Excludes taxes, fees, promos, and third-party services. See T-Mobile.com for details.
Whether you have a little boo-boo or a great big boo-boo, when it comes to your car, who fixes those problems really matters. Shaw's Body Shop in Glasgow is a well-established, reputable company capable of taking care of any size damage to your car. In fact, many major insurance carriers have Shaw's on their preferred repair shop list. What does that tell you? It tells you whether you have a little ding or a big bang. Get it fixed right with Shaw's Body Shop on West Main, 651-5172.
Some things can wait. Chores, mowing the lawn. Hey, that laundry's not going anywhere. But if you're 50 or older or live with diabetes or heart disease, untreated COVID could be deadly. And if you don't get treatment within days, you might not be able to. So, got COVID symptoms? Talk to a doctor and get treatment right away. Because it just can't wait. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Now, more of Kentucky Sports Radio presented by Stockton Mortgage. Here's Matt Jones.
Can I tell you something, Shannon? This song right here is in my top 10 least favorite songs of all time.
Right there with Fancy.
It's not Fancy. Fancy's the worst.
Yeah.
But I like LeAnn Rimes, and I think this was a Patsy Cline song before, wasn't it?
It was. That's right.
And I love Patsy Cline. But I just,
you don't like the yodeling?
I can't do it.
Yeah?
I don't like it, and every time I hear it, it's like nails to a chalkboard for me.
So what else is in your top? Let's go top 5
Well, that's a good
worst.
question. You know what was weird is on my drive yesterday, I figured out my top 5 favorite albums of all time. That don't include, like, greatest hits.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you want to hear them?
Let me take a guess.
Okay, you go for it.
One of them's got to be a Tyler Childers album. I'm not sure which one.
Number one, my favorite album of all time is Purgatory. It's the only album that has ever been released that I genuinely like every song. I can't think of another album ever by anyone that I like every single, and I don't just mean like I'll sing. Shannon, I know the words to every song.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Do you have an album like that you literally like every song?
Yeah.
Which one?
I mean every Stone Temple Pilots song.
Do you really like every one of them?
Just about. Yeah. I mean, especially their first couple. I know every word to every song.
Yeah. So this is it, Ryan. Do you have? This is the only albums. Like people are like, "What's an album now?" I mean, like they don't even do that anymore. But Ryan, do you have one that you like every single song?
The Hootie and the Blowfish, Cracked Rear View would probably be mine.
You laugh, but that's actually a really good album.
It is a good album. I'm with you. I don't know that I don't know that I like everyone, but that's a good one.
Yeah.
So my number one is Purgatory.
All right. I'll say also Nirvana MTV Unplugged.
You're exact. That's probably number 4.
Okay.
So look at you. You know me pretty well. I don't think you'll get I know one of them you won't get. You might be able to get one more.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You give them.
So number 2 for me would be, you wouldn't get this one, is the Billy Bragg and Wilco Mermaid Avenue, which we've played songs from that before. I've had you play them.
Yeah.
Number 3 would be Tom Petty, Wildflowers.
Good one. Yeah.
And then the 5th one would be Paul Simon, Graceland.
All right.
Wow, I didn't see that one coming.
Oh, I love that album. We've played that. You didn't know I like that? I played that on our road trips before, Ryan. You don't remember?
That's what I was thinking. I know, like, sometimes you'll get on and you'll play like 8 Tom T. Hall songs in a row.
Well, now, so if I could do greatest hits, then I would throw Johnny Cash and Tom T. Hall and like Sam Cooke. But the problem is, I don't consider Shannon greatest hits an album.
No,
like
that's
that,
cheating.
You know?
Yeah, you're putting together your entire career, a compilation.
Yeah, I think that's cheating. So anyway, that's not what I meant to talk about, but
it's a good topic.
Nevertheless, one person writes, Matt, how about every time the Raiders score tonight on Twitter, we all just praise Blue Johnson? I'm for it.
I love it. There we go.
Hashtag Blue Johnson.
Listen, let me tell you something. We can do this tonight.
Yeah.
We hashtag Blue Johnson and get it trending tonight. What do you think?
Oh, my goodness.
Let's do it.
The rest of America is going to be wondering, why is this trending?
It'll be like when Free Matt Jones trended and people wrote, Free Matt Jones, I don't even know what he did. You remember that?
Yeah. And when Get Well Larry, they were like, I don't know who Larry is, but I hope he gets real soon.
Well, that's right. So tonight,
STD walk. People were like, if you really want to end STDs, you got to
just wear protection.
Wear protection. Exactly. Yeah.
We forgot about that. So tonight, when the Raiders score, it's a Blue Johnson celebration. Is everybody in?
I'm in. I love it. I love this idea.
Yeah. One person writes, Matt, you're exactly right. Ryan and Drew were way too grumpy. I get being frustrated with Cal, but I do think they took it too far. Now, I didn't hear it, Ryan. Defend yourself, or do you think maybe there's some validity?
I think they're probably talking about Tuesday. Monday we were positive because they just came off the win, and then we saved kind of our complaints until Tuesday. And one of the two of us had a little Matt rant for a little while. I'm not going to name any names, but it wasn't me. And I think got some things off our chests that are still frustrating. And listen, the main things are substitutions and late game execution. That's it for me.
But did you get, but did you get a little, Shannon, did he get a little grumpy?
A little bit. I think he and Drew both got a little grumpy, even a little bit yesterday during the show. So I think that there's a little bit of truth to that.
Michigan, well, I'm going to talk about Michigan in the second hour, but I actually thought we won. Like,
yes.
Isn't that good?
Oh, no doubt. That's why we not negative on Monday. Monday was positive Monday, talking about the win over Michigan, and then we saved our complaints until Tuesday.
Well, I did hear that Cal was kind of snooty with Tyler Thompson, and I don't like it. I didn't see it. Is there video of it?
Not that I'm aware of yet, if there is.
Yeah, I don't like that. But I didn't see it, so I need to see the context. But you can't be mean to Tyler.
No.
Tyler, I think he said something like, do you even watch the games or something like that to her?
He said, she asked a question. She goes, well, you probably don't watch us play. You don't watch our games. I think the theory is he thought she was with the London media because they had a couple of London questions in a row, and then she was next.
Yeah, that's still rude, though. He shouldn't say that.
No matter who it is. It doesn't matter if it's London reporter or not.
He should know who Tyler is after 10 years. But she doesn't go to every game, though, so I do understand, like, maybe he doesn't know who she is. But still, that's rude. But nevertheless, well, I didn't see it, but I'm on Tyler's side, always. All right, let's quarterback. Ryan. It's a report last night that Wisconsin quarterback Graham Mertz will be coming to Kentucky and likely be the quarterback next year. Or at least, well, I guess I'll have to win the job, but at least certainly be a contender. What do you think? I cannot, by the way, I know Kentucky is recruiting him. I know that he was their top choice. I have yet to be able to confirm that it's done. Okay, so I can't say that story's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. but I can't confirm it's right yet. So let's say this story by this guy something Greenberg. Let's say it's correct. Do you like the idea of Graham Mertz as the quarterback next year?
Well, you put that name out Sunday night. You had 3 tweets Sunday night that kind of were eye-opening to everybody, I think, and this was one of them, that this is a guy to keep an eye on. This is just my theory, my opinion. I think the deal with Cohen's already in place. This is the guy Cohen wants, or he wouldn't have already committed without even knowing who his offensive coordinator is.
I will say to you with 100% certainty that Mertz is approved by Cohen. Now, again, something could happen and he doesn't come here. But I don't think it's quite like last time where Cohen was like, I'm bringing Levis, but I think this was a guy they wanted before, whether they knew Cohen was coming or not. But then there would have been the question of, hey, Cohen, you cool with this? And the answer was yes. Yeah. So if that's the case, Ryan, I think you have to trust it. Worked with Will Levis, Shannon, right? Like we can't not, I mean, people are saying, well, he wasn't great at Wisconsin. Well, what was Will Levis at Penn State? You know what I mean? Like, I think on some level, Shannon, you have to trust it, don't you?
You do, yeah. I mean, he knows these guys, and he has his finger on the pulse of who's going to work out, who he thinks will and won't, and it worked out with Will Levis, so I think there's no reason to doubt it.
And I don't think a quarterback would commit without knowing who his offensive coordinator is going to be and what they're going to play.
Well, he hasn't committed.
If his report is accurate, I guess.
But you could see a scenario where he's told Kentucky, if Cohen comes, I'm coming.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. Hey, none of us knew who in the heck Will Levis was until Cohen brought him on campus.
I'll also note this morning, Mel Kiper said that this came out this morning, Will Levis is on top of 75% of the NFL draft board's teams.
Man. Well, there was a report that came out, I think, when you were on the road, that he had the most passing yards of any quarterback in the country against the blitz. When the blitz was coming, he had the most.
And that's something that the NFL would see that and go, yes.
No doubt they would, yes.
So Graham Mertz, he started at Wisconsin for 3 years, and he had a lot of success. He also, I think he was one of those guys that sometimes this happens in college football. If a guy's there too long, people just sort of get tired of him. I think that happened to Malik Cunningham at Louisville, where people just, he had a lot of success, but then people focused a lot on his failures. My view, though, is Cohen has earned the benefit of the doubt. If this is the dude they want, then I'm all in, and let's hope it's great. You agree?
Totally agree, 100%. Yeah, if this report is accurate and he's the guy coming, Cohen he's involved somehow.
Yes. Now, they also hired a running backs coach, Jay Boulware. He is the running backs, and guess what, Shannon? We now have a special teams coach as well. He's going to coach both. Does that make you happy?
Yeah. Well, technically, wasn't that supposed to be happening last season? Yes.
Yeah.
But, we didn't know that the entire year.
We didn't know. But so this guy was he's had a similar job at Oklahoma for a number of years. And by the way, during that time, Ryan, Mark's brother was on that Oklahoma staff during the period of time and then he also did it for a year or two at Texas, known as a pretty good recruiter. Look, I don't know. Let me be honest with you. I don't know anything about running back coaches. You could say his name was whatever. I'm not going to know.
Blue Johnson.
I'm not going to say his name is Blue Johnson. But Ryan, you got to be positive about it, right? Got a good resume, if nothing else.
And you said the magic word. He's allegedly a good recruiter, and that is what the other guy got in trouble about. Maybe not doing a good job on the recruiting. Did the job on the field, but maybe not on the recruiting trail. But that running back room, if you lose Rodriguez, Smoke, Donut entered the portal, it kind of got thin all of a sudden a little bit, so you need to go get some guys.
Well, I don't know how thin it's going to be, though. You're going to have the Ramon Jefferson kid back.
Right.
I think we're going to take Shannon's Vandy running back.
Yeah.
Does that make you sad that we're taking your running back that ran all over us?
Hey, if you can't beat him, you might as well see if they'll come play for your team. I think that's Kentucky's approach right now.
I do like our theory, though, which is that everybody that played well against us, we just went and took.
Why not?
We're going to take that Northern Illinois offensive lineman Then we're going to take the Vanderbilt running back. I just like the idea, Ryan. You're like, well, that guy's pretty good. Let's just go get him next year.
I have no problem with that at all. He just runs well at Kroger Field, so let's bring him over.
I mean, you heard Tennessee players doing it during the game, actively recruiting while they're beating a team 44-6. So
that's true. So we're just going to do the same thing, except we did it to the team that beat us, which was Vanderbilt. But that's if you're Vanderbilt, you got to be kind of
bummed out,
right?
Yeah,
like you're good, but I think that's just what's going to happen to the Vanderbilts of the world.
That's right. Yeah, you get passed over. Vanderbilt's not exactly a destination.
They won 2 games this year, and they're still getting their players taken from them.
They're not a destination school when it comes to football.
They're not.
So it's one of those stepping stone schools.
But I think between McLean and
Wright is back.
Yeah, between those guys, Ramon Jefferson and the kid from Vandy, we should be all right. Right now, again, we've been spoiled with Chris Rodriguez and Benny Snell, but I think we should be okay.
Oh, Ramon Jefferson, we kind of forget about him. He just played one game, blew his knee out. Yeah, one snap, and blew his knee out. But yeah, he may come back and win the job next year. He was so talented coming in.
Yeah. Hey, CSL Plasma. There's a critical need for plasma donation, and new donors can get $100 on their first donation, up to $825 in the first month. Do the amazing and give plasma to save lives. Ryan does it. I would do it, but it's not close to my house, Shannon. But Ryan does.
Yeah.
One off Versailles Road, one off Winchester Road. There's a center in Louisville, 2 in Cincinnati. You can make $100 today at CSLplasma.com. That's CSLplasma.com. We'll take a break. Be right back. It's KSR.
To talk to Matt Jones and the crew, call the Clark's Pump and Shop phone line at 502-571-1080 or 1-877-904-1080.
Ryan Lemon here, and want to talk to you about my friends at Stockton Mortgage. In this crazy housing market, the only constant is change. Interest rates rise and fall daily. But when it's time for you to make your home loan decision, you need a partner you can trust. They'll help you secure the right mortgage for you and your family. That's where Stockton Mortgage comes in. Talk to a Stockton Mortgage home loan expert by going online today at Stockton.com. Our friends at Stockton Mortgage always have your back. Mustering up confidence in companies today can be difficult, but Stockton Mortgage has remained steadfast through precarious times and are unwavering in their mission even now. More than just home loan experts, they are investors in our community and partners in your prosperity. Whatever your situation, concerns, obstacles, or objectives, the folks at Stockton Mortgage are here to help. But when it's time for you to make your home loan decision, you need a partner you can trust. Go online today to get started at Stockton.com. Stockton Mortgage, NMLS 8259, NMLSaccess.org, Equal Housing
It's an interesting world we live in, but there is danger. Injuries happen when we least expect it. That's when you need us. Check out our verdicts at GaryCJohnson.com or JudahLaw.com.
In 2016, Monica went from training for the mini marathon to needing a life-saving heart transplant within 6 months. An organ donor gave her a second chance. Life's a gift. Pass it on. Visit DonateLifeKY.org to learn more.
Introducing Spectrum One. Get Spectrum Internet with speeds of 300 megabits per second. Advanced Wi-Fi with best-in-class security and privacy. Spectrum Mobile with unlimited talk, text, and data plus nationwide 5G. Get it all with Spectrum One. Spectrum Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and one line of Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for only $49.99 a month. Visit Spectrum.com or a Spectrum store today. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
A man walks down the street, he says, "Why am I?"
This is one of my favorite songs of all time.
Yeah, I know you like this one.
I absolutely love this song, Graceland. This has Diamonds on the Soles of Her Shoes, which is a wonderful song. This has, what's the other one I'm missing that this has? Shit, this has another one I really like. Diamonds on the Soles of Her Shoes is one of my favorites.
What's the one? Call Me Pal, Call Me Sal.
That's what I'm playing right now. You can call me Al.
This is Call Me Al.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, Graceland, the song Graceland. That's on there too.
Yeah.
So you've got here. I pulled it up. Boy in the Bubble, which I love. Under African Skies. I Know What I Know. There's a lot of great ones.
When was this?
What?
When did it come out?
I want to say late 80s, maybe.
That's what I was thinking that, but I thought maybe it was earlier than that.
No. One person writes, Matt, I don't know the Billy Bragg CD. What's that? So Wilco, you know who Wilco is, right, Shannon?
Yes.
They did this they did this album where Billy Bragg, they found, I'm trying to think, Woody Guthrie. They found his old, he had written hundreds of songs that he didn't record. And so the family gave it to them and they recorded it. And that album, I would highly recommend, if you've never heard it, it's called Mermaid Avenue. I like every single song. I think it's amazing. You may have heard one of them, Shannon. It's called California Stars.
Okay.
You ever heard that?
Maybe. I'll have to see. I'll look it up and play it.
You can play it. That's the one that got the most popular. It's not one of my favorite, but I still like it. But that's probably my second favorite album next to Tyler's. One person writes, Matt, how can you say Cal was rude to Tyler Thompson? You're rude all the time. Shut up.
That's a great answer.
Yeah.
Great answer.
By being rude back to them.
No, he was rude saying that, Shannon.
You told him to shut up.
Shut up. That's my answer to that. No, I don't think, listen, we're all rude sometimes when we don't mean to be. I'm not saying Cal meant to be rude, but you don't look at somebody who asks you a question and go, well, you probably don't watch the team. First of all, maybe that's true, but that's very dismissive, Ryan. That's very just dismissive. Whatever you're saying, well, you probably don't watch the team. Secondly, you might be talking to somebody who literally watches every single game.
Yep, and that's what happened.
And that's rude. Yep. I'm not saying that makes him a bad person. It doesn't. We're all rude. I've been rude. Everyone on this show has been rude, and chances are you person who wrote, you've been rude. But at the same time, it is. So that's the only reason I said it. I don't think he should be, impeached for it. I'm just saying he probably should say to Tyler, hey, I'm sorry about that. That didn't come off right. And Ryan, you've heard me many times when I've been rude say to somebody, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for it to come off like that.
I've watched you do it in person, so that's a fact.
One person writes, Matt, are you upset that Will Levis is not playing in the bowl game? I'm not. I get it. It's a terrible bowl game. Not so much because, okay, so let's talk about this. I don't mind playing in the Music City Bowl. I like it. I think our fans can go. I love Nashville. I hate that we're playing Iowa, and I especially hate that we're playing Iowa again after we played them last year. I was told they were trying to avoid that. I guess that didn't happen. But I hate that. First of all, it's the lowest point spread total, Shannon, in the history of college football.
What is it, 31?
It's 31.
Yeah.
There's never been a lower one. Can you believe that?
No. You'd think the Army-Navy game may have had one that low, but if this is the lowest ever, that's incredible.
That's incredible to me. But at the same time, so no, I'm not excited about that. Now, I'm going to get excited about the game as it gets closer. But if you're Will Levis, you played this team last year, okay? You don't have your offensive coordinator you've had all year. Ryan, I understand why he wouldn't play.
I do too. You were hurt all year, and I don't even know if you're still 100% healthy at this exact moment. I can understand the decision, and I think most Big Blue Nation accepts it and is not mad at him at all.
And it's a great opportunity for Kaya Sharon or Deuce Hogan, right? Yeah. Because, if they're going to bring in Graham Mertz, this is your chance to say, I'm going to battle with him. This is your chance right now. So, Ryan, I think that's an opportunity for them, right?
And I do hope they give them both a chance. Kyra played the whole game against South Carolina. I'd like to see Deuce get on the field for a couple series or something. We're going to have our backup quarterback, and Iowa's going to have their third-string quarterback.
Yeah, the good thing is, Shannon, they ain't going to score a lot of points on the other side. No. So you don't have to be dominant. Their top two quarterbacks are out. So they're going to be playing a guy who's never played at all.
Got a couple of low-powered offenses going out there, grinding it out, trying to get to 20 points.
I do hate that the game's the same time as Louisville. I hate it. And, I complained on Twitter about it. I talked to some folks around the football program. They basically told me, look, this is what we wanted. Mitch took up for what we wanted. That's great. But it stinks for the fans to me. It stinks for the fans. There's going to be – I know that people can watch them both, but some people can't. Some people are like, well, I'll set up 2 TVs. There's a whole lot of our fans that don't have 2 TVs or that don't have a setup where it'll work. But even be that as it may – Shannon, I'd rather watch them back to back, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
You would. You just would. Now, is it the worst thing in the world? No, it's not the worst thing in the world. But I wish they weren't at the same time. And there'll be 20,000 people at the UK Louisville basketball game. And, Ryan, some amount of those would have gone to the football game, right?
Yeah.
They would have.
No doubt. We talked about, especially like the UK fans in Western Kentucky, and they're so excited to go to the Kentucky-Louisville basketball game, and now they could go to the bowl game. It's right down the road from them or something like that. I feel sorry for those people that got put in this situation.
This fan base has been so divided, going back to the whole basketball versus football conversation before the season started, and now you have at the end of the football season, football or basketball.
And we're going to have this conversation, and we're going to have it too. Which one are you watching the most of? Right? And that's not really good for either one of them.
No, it's not.
It's really not. And like at the bar, we've been talking about, well, which sound do we put on? Well, nothing's going to make everybody happy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like nothing's going to make everybody happy.
Because even though Louisville stinks, it's still the Louisville game. You want to watch it.
The two games objectively stink, okay? The bowl matchup stinks, and Louisville, I mean, we're going to talk about this later, Shannon. Louisville is the most dreadful thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, how are they this bad?
They might get a win, though. They play a 1-8 Florida State.
But what if they lose? They might lose that game.
Well, if they lose that game, they're not going to win for a long. They may not win a game all year.
They play Florida A&M.
Yeah,
they're
going to
win that one.
Yep.
But we'll talk about Louisville some other time. But I hate that it's the same time. Yep. I just do. I wish. It may have been. Here's what we got to do. We got to move the Kentucky-Louisville game. It's got to stop being on New. Look, New Year's Eve at noon, Ryan, is not a good time anyway.
No, I don't know why they took it away from the early December, like where it used to be on Saturday when a lot of people, everybody, not just we watched it, but the country would watch it.
I want to play it in February when people are paying attention. But if not, let's play it in early December. Playing this around the holidays it's dumb. You got the problems with the bowls. It's also like New Year's Eve. Who's watching that game on New Year's Eve anyway, Shannon? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're doing it so it can be on CBS. But do you really think people are going to turn off these bowl games to watch Kentucky-Louisville basketball?
No, only the hardcore fans of Kentucky and Louisville are watching that game.
And now they don't even get the hardcore fans because some of them are going to be watching the football game.
That's true, yeah. You split your audience.
You got to move that basketball game. Got to. We'll take a break. Come back. Hour number 2. It's KSL.
Win $1,000 cash just in time for Christmas. This Saturday, December 10th, it's a Home for Christmas tour. See what may be your forever home at various new builds throughout Glasgow, Horse Cave, and Cave City. While touring these beautiful structures, you can enter for your chance to win $1,000 cash, a $100 gift card to Hickory and Oak, or one of 8 custom gift baskets. Get more details at A Home for Christmas on Facebook. This Saturday, local realtors will be on site showcasing these new constructions. And Samantha Wilson with Ross Mortgage will be available to start the pre-approval process and answer any questions you might have. A Home for Christmas tour, this Saturday, December 10th from 10 till 2. For more information or to see the complete list of homes on the tour, check out the event page, A Home for Christmas on Facebook. Visit the event page, A Home for Christmas on Facebook for all the details.
No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older to win.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Their voices ring through the ages. Conway and Loretta.
There's too much love in this Mississippi heart. Too much love in this Louisiana heart.
Now join their grandchildren for an intimate evening of songs and stories with Twitty and Lynn at the Capitol Theater in Bowling Green, Friday, March 17th.
Hey, Louisiana woman. Mississippi man, we get together every time we can.
Taylor Lynn.
When I was born a coal miner's daughter.
Trey Twitty.
Hello, darling. Nice to see you.
Twitty and Lynn.
'Cause you ain't woman enough to take my man.
The magic of this show is the stories that we tell about our grandparents. That personal connection that we have. We're not impersonators. Our energy is the same as our grandparents.
Twitty and Lynn at the Capitol Theater. Call 888-459-8704 or go to bowlinggreenconcerts.com. Tickets on sale Friday.
This is your home for Glasgow's best variety. WCLU Glasgow. W276DO Glasgow. WCLU.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
I'm Steve Kathan. American basketball star Brittany Griner has been freed in a prisoner exchange with Russia.
She's safe. She's on a plane.
President Biden celebrated the news alongside Brittany Griner's wife, Sherelle, who told reporters her family is now whole.
I'm going to smile right now.
The deal to return Griner was a one-for-one swap for the convicted arms dealer known in law enforcement circles as the Merchant of Death. Victor Boot was convicted of conspiring to sell AK-47s that would have been used to kill American drug agents. Still left behind in Russia, retired Marine Paul Whelan, convicted of espionage charges that the U.S. calls false. Mr. Biden said the U.S. informed the Whelan family in advance of the announcement of Griner's release.
And my thoughts and prayers are with them today. They have to have such mixed emotions today.
In a statement, the Whelan family called the news a catastrophe for Paul. Stephen Portnoy, CBS News, Washington.
New York's Chuck Schumer has been reelected as Senate Democratic leader. Democrats will have 51 seats in the next Senate. Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth introducing legislation requiring the FAA to rethink its review of airline seat sizes. She tells CBS News tight quarters on most commercial flights has compromised safety.
Airlines are traveling now with just about every seat filled. You can't just practice evacuating an aircraft that is only 30% full, because that's not the way commercial aviation looks today.
The House is voting today on the bill to protect same-sex and interracial marriages. There are signs what's been called a triple-demic is taking shape, with cases of COVID, flu, and RSV on the rise. CBS's Carter Evans reports many hospitals are dealing with a surge in patients.
The ER is inundated with cases, and people are being hospitalized.
In Los Angeles County, COVID cases have soared 75% in just the last week. Douglas Chiriboga is a family medicine doctor, and he says the implications are clear.
Should there be another mandate in LA County? I think there should be, and I think eventually we're all going to have that mask mandated.
Doctors say all three of the now prevalent viral infections sweeping the country could be slowed by mask wearing.
Iran says it executed a prisoner convicted for a crime allegedly committed during the country's ongoing nationwide protests. It's the first such death penalty carried out by Tehran. It's a brighter, warmer day for people in central North Carolina who've got electricity and heat back after several days without.
I've never been so happy to see electricity in my life.
And investigators are vowing to make arrests for the two attacks on substations. Shots were fired at one power installation in South Carolina. It was witnessed by a utility crew. There was no damage. Wall Street, the Dow is up 240. This is CBS News.
Presented by Rocket Mortgage. Whether you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance yours, Rocket Mortgage can help you get there. For home loan solutions that fit your life, Rocket can.
This week only, visit Boot Barn to save on quality holiday gifts for the whole family. We're offering holiday specials this week where you can get $50 off select handmade and handcrafted exotic cowboy boots, $20 off select Western boots for women, plus savings on children's boots. We're also offering additional savings on select jeans, outerwear, t-shirts, and flannels. Visit us this week to save on top quality holiday gifts. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Russia's relations with the West have only worsened because of the war in Ukraine. CBS's Imtiaz Tayyab has the latest snapshot from the war.
The battle for Bakhmut is brutal. Russian forces are reportedly losing up to 100 soldiers a day here. Ukrainians are also taking heavy losses as the fight for the strategic eastern region only intensifies. But at a small cemetery in the Kyiv suburb of Bucha, which is still haunted by the atrocities committed here by Russian forces, a solemn service for soldiers who have paid the ultimate price.
A new study is reassuring for women who are taking hormone-blocking pills after a breast cancer diagnosis and want a pregnancy. It finds they can take a 2-year break from those drugs without raising short-term risk of cancer coming back. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Attention all business owners who rent or lease space, including storage space. Stop wasting your money paying someone else for your space. You can now save a ton of money and own your own building with the incredible end-of-the-year sale prices from General Steel. That's right, start saving money every month on renting space from others. Just call 888-74-STEEL to see how General Steel can help you save money. Our 50-year structural warranty buildings are custom designed for your needs and save you a ton of money. Call 888-74-STEEL.
Take it from a successful entrepreneur. If you need to expand or start a new business, you need General Steel.
Great team and the competitive pricing is the reason I went with General Steel.
Call 888-74-STEEL now, and you can get any of our popular quick construction structures, including a 40 by 60 foot building or a 50 by 100 clear span building at end of the year savings. Call 888-74-STEEL. That's 888-747-8335. 888-74-STEEL.
1490 WCLU is proud to bring Southern Kentucky the Big Blue Nation. It's the Kentucky Sports Radio Show with your host, Matt Jones.
Welcome to Hour 2 of Kentucky Sports Radio, presented by Stockton Mortgage. Now, here's Matt Jones.
Welcome back. Hour number 2, Kentucky Sports Radio. Phone lines still closed. We still have a lot to talk about. I still have 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 topics. We won't even get to all of them. That's
You've been gone a while. You got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I've been gone. Lots to talk about. White Lotus. We got it.
Are you caught up?
I can't remember. Yes, I can't remember the last time a show has had me this mesmerized in the middle of it. You probably have to go back. Like I've liked some shows better. Like I like Succession a lot, but like I didn't watch them week to week like I've watched this. And like I can't wait I'm going to watch episode 7 live, right? I have to, so I don't get the spoiler, you know? And episode and we'll hang on. I want to talk about it. But our guy's theory, my buddy's theory, I think might be right.
Oh, I think he nailed it. Yeah, he nailed it.
He might have nailed it. So, but we'll get to it. But you can text 772-774-5254. Let's go over a couple other things. UK Michigan. I watched the game in moderate amounts of frustration, but I was glad to see us win. At the end of the day, the most important thing coming out of that game is we needed to win. We needed to get a win against a decent opponent, and after Michigan State and Gonzaga have both struggled, Michigan State lost at home to Northwestern. Like, we needed to get a quality win. I think that is a quality win. And we won. That's the most important thing. I was glad to see Cason Wallace making big shots. Obviously, we need to hit free throws down the stretch, but, like, again, what are you going to do? Like, we can't – yelling at people is not going to make them hit free throws. But Cason Wallace hitting that 3, making a big shot. I was glad to see that. I was impressed with how many Kentucky fans were there. Overall, for me – I still don't understand what we're doing on offense. And I tweeted that, and people were like, oh, we made plays. Yeah, but, like, it's still one-on-one plays. We ran some offense in the first half that actually looked decent, but we still kind of got away from that at the end. But regardless, the complaints to me are far outweighed by the fact that we won and we got a big win in London, right?
No doubt. And, you know, Cason Wallace, the fact that in the Michigan State game, he didn't want to be the guy. He didn't want to take that shot. You know, he made some really bad, lazy passes. Now You fast forward a month, and he's the guy that wanted the shot, took it, and hit it.
I agree with that. I think that's big. I didn't really understand, Shannon, our lineup that at one point had Ware, Collins, Livingston, and Wheeler in at the same time. I don't know exactly who Cal thought was going to score with that lineup.
That was our defensive lineup there. I think that's what it was. Just hold them on defense. But I think there was a lot of questions about that after the game. I mean, they crushed them on rebounds. They had 5 guys score double digits. Case and Wallace knocked down some big shots when you needed them. So, I mean, overall, I think you should be happy with that win.
My postcard is slipping.
Does that mean we're going to lose our connection?
I got disconnected for a minute. I'm here back, but
okay. It's like you never left.
Postcard. Well, you were doing a soliloquy, which was good because the postcard went out.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, there he went.
There he went.
Yeah. You know, when you talk about the postcard, hold it together, it reminds me of the day he walked out and tried to scrape the ice off his windshield with a credit card.
By the way, don't do that. I've tried to do that before. You end up breaking your credit card and you don't get the ice off your windshield. You don't want to do that.
No, just invest in an ice scraper and you'll be just fine.
Yeah, we lost him there. He's still not connected. No.
All right. Well, we can talk more about Matthew Mitchell's white pants.
I still can't believe we did an entire first segment on Matthew Mitchell's pants.
Well, he heard the segment.
Yeah.
And he sent me a note, and he laughed and loved it. He loved the whole segment. He loved Jenna, what Jenna was kind of poking fun at him, too. So that's the big takeaway. He can make fun of himself while we're also making major fun at him.
Were we not supposed to have him back on the show yesterday morning?
Well, I wanted Jenna instead. I thought Jenna could be more enlightful. Regarding the whitey-tighty situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, he thanked everybody for coming out. He was a big fundraiser for everybody. So, but yeah, he enjoyed the conversation with Jenny yesterday about his whitey-tighty pants.
So I just got a message from Matt that says, call me. So let's call him right now on the air.
Okay.
And see what happens here.
Oh, this will be one of those where we call him on the air.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
You know how to do it on the new board?
No. But I'm calling him right now.
Okay.
So,
all right. It's not. We can't hear it ringing.
No. Let's see. Hang on. Let's see if I can put him through here. There we go. Hey, Matt.
Hey, sorry. So the postcard did finally give out.
Oh.
So what are you going to do?
All right. Well, we'll do the show on the phone. It's all good.
That's all right. We can do the rest of it on the phone. So anyway, I don't know what you said, but overall, I'm positive about what happened in London. And so, now they play Yale on Saturday, Ryan, and I think the next big thing is you got to beat UCLA next week. We talked about how in the non-conference I thought we would have 2 losses. I kind of thought it would be Gonzaga and UCLA. You ended up dropping to Michigan State. So I think, Ryan, you got to go beat UCLA in New York.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole point why you're Kentucky, man. You play these kind of games against high-profile schools, and you expect to win them. So I'm glad that's the big takeaway. You're right. They finally did get a win over a respectable opponent that not only that the fan base needed, but I think that locker room needed it to get a W finally and over a big-name school.
Yeah, I think they did too, and I'm glad to see it. Like I said, there's going to be plenty of time to dissect some of the issues, but I did feel like it was a little better. And it looked like to me, Shannon, we ran an inbound play.
I was going to make that point as well. Yeah, not 1, but 2. Where did that come from? Do we have to be I don't know, out of the country to have an inbound play?
I was very, very excited about it. I'm not going to lie to you that I did enjoy it quite a bit. 772-774-5254. You can add, if you have questions you would like to ask. I will take some in the next segment. Let's talk about a couple non-UK things. First of all, Deion Sanders, Ryan, got hired at Colorado. And I assumed he would take a big job this year, and Colorado, to me, is kind of a weird one. But, hey, Colorado's a nice place. Probably easy to get players there, Shannon, with the laws they have.
Yeah.
So maybe you can
yeah, everybody signing up to play there.
You can probably get some guys to go.
Yep.
But did either of you see his welcome speech to his team?
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It went viral for sure.
I don't know what I thought about that. And let me just say, I'm a Deion guy. I love Deion. When he was a player, he might have been one of my favorite players. I love when he danced. I mean, I don't know, Ryan, if you've ever seen me. I can do Deion's celebration dance if you ever want to see it.
Now, I know we've bragged on you being a dancer. I don't know. I've not seen the Deion dance. You've broke that out.
Well, it's actually a very easy one. It's a very easy one when he would kind of dance when he scored. So I'm a Deion. I like Deion. But I didn't get that speech. like sitting there and basically, it looked like he basically was saying to those kids, you all stink. I'm getting rid of all of you, but we're going to be really good here. Go Buffs. Am I wrong about that? Like, did that speech, I'm not going to say it rubbed me the wrong way. Like, you can do what you want, but it seemed like a little aggressive to me for the welcome speech. What did you guys think?
See, I'm with you. I mean, because there's going to be some dudes play. Not everybody's going to leave. But now those dudes in the locker room, like from day one, are like, man, I'm never going to play. You know, I can see that the chemistry not being really well in the locker room this first year for Deion's guys versus the old guys.
It was very aggressive, but let me also say that I appreciate his honesty, because a lot of coaches, 99% of coaches, would come in, they may bring in some guys from another school, they would bury these guys that are already there at Colorado on the bench and never even give them an opportunity to play. Deion's coming in and just being upfront and honest with them. Look, you better get in the transfer portal because you all suck and I'm not going to play you, so get out while you can. I appreciate the honesty.
Well, I mean, that's one theory, but Brian's right. Like, he's going to have to keep some of them.
Yeah.
He has to. Like, they won't have a team otherwise unless he keeps some of them. And then he's like, I'm coming with some luggage. My kid is the quarterback, so shut up. You know?
Yeah. And then starts talking about guys with hoodies on and backwards hats. And all of a sudden you see guys, like, during the speech taking off their hats. You know? It was
yeah, but
jarring.
also, that to me, like, I remember when Deion played, Ryan, didn't he wear a crooked hat quite a bit?
Oh, yeah.
He dressed up you know, I mean, sitting there. I hate when people become old men and then they're like, the things they did, they're like, yeah, you can't do what I did. Well, I mean, he did it, didn't he? I mean, we all saw him. He wore gold chains he wore gold chains playing baseball, Shannon. I don't know how you can get upset at a guy for having on a hoodie.
I knew that would strike a chord with you when he mentioned hoodies, as someone who collects hoodies yourself. But yeah, I don't understand why he would be upset about that, but I guess he's just trying to install his version of discipline, I guess. I don't know what hoodies and backwards hats have to do with it, but those are Deion's rules, and I guess everybody's going to be playing by them.
Well, first of all, do you think he has success, Ryan? You think he'll be good there?
I think he will, because he'll be able to recruit. You know, that's a big part of the game, not just on the field, but recruiting off the field. And I think that's one thing he definitely will excel at, getting players to come and play for him.
Well, they can't be worse. I don't think they won a game this year. So I think that, like, if you're, you know, you can't be worse. So in that respect, I guess that it'll be positive. But I just found it a very odd way to go about it. 772-774-5254. One person writes on the text machine, Matt, do you think we were going to get good transfers in for the football program? I do. I actually think there's going to be, like I said, I think they're going to get the Northern Illinois guy. We now know the quarterback, at least in that report. And then we have a running back. And actually, Ryan, I think pretty much anybody they get besides those three guys are almost a bonus. I mean, you remember we talked when the season ended. I said they got to go get a quarterback, they got to get a running back, and they got to get a left tackle. And it looks like they've gotten those three guys, at least it's not, none of them are official, but at least that's what you're hearing, and it's what it's looking like. So to me, if you're able to do that, you've accomplished quite a bit, and I think, like, everything else is kind of gravy, isn't it?
Yeah, you've checked the boxes. That's what you had to go do. So now you can specialize. Do we want another tackle that maybe, you know, the little younger that we can develop and step in there later down the road? Do we want some more receivers to kind of fill up our receiver room again? You know, now you can kind of be specialized with what you do since you've already filled your needs.
Yeah, and I also think they've gotten fortunate here because Cincinnati lost their coach and because Louisville is switching coaches. There might be some players committed, especially to Cincinnati, that I think end up at Kentucky that wouldn't have otherwise. I think there's at least one, maybe two guys that were either Cincinnati commitments or Cincinnati leans that because the coach is now at Wisconsin, I mean, they don't want to go to Wisconsin, Shannon. It's cold, and it's like cheese everywhere.
Hey,
like, who wants to do that?
Unless you're going to play for the Packers, you don't want to go play in Wisconsin football, right?
And it's interesting because Cincinnati and Louisville both got new coaches. And I think one of them helps us and one of them hurts us. So Louisville with Jeff Brom, Ryan, I think they're going to be better. I don't know. I'm not one of these people that thinks Jeff Brom is like going to take him to the national championship. I mean, he's done well at Purdue, but it's also been like 7-5, which is very good. But like the idea Jeff Brom is going to be a superstar, I'm not sure if I believe that. But what I do think he'll do is he will recruit the city of Louisville better. And we have owned the city of Louisville for the last 7 or 8 years in recruiting, and now I think it's going to be a lot more of a battle. We're going to have to battle them. So that's a negative. I think our recruiting in Kentucky is going to get a little bit harder. But I think a positive is Cincinnati was starting to really be a player against us in Ohio and was actually taking some guys. I think with Satterfield there, we're back to owning Ohio behind Ohio State, and I think that is a positive since so many of our players, Ryan, come from Ohio.
I think you're right. I mean, I think definitely Brom is going to be successful at Louisville, and he will get some kids that we are both recruiting that will maybe be Louisville City kids that stay in Louisville and not go out of town. And I think you're right. Satterfield, now we can go get some of those guys that Fickle and those guys were stealing from us at the last minute. We can now maybe go get them and bring them to Kentucky.
Yeah, so I am positive about. I'm sort of positive about the changes. Like I said, I think Jeff Brom is going to work. I think he's going to be successful.
Yep.
And I think he is going to, I don't know how good they'll be, but they'll be better than they've been. But I'm glad there's a change at Cincinnati because that will be the thing that I think has the best impact for us from a recruiting standpoint. I think it'll be very important. We're going to take a break. Before we do, Cornbread Hemp. I had someone, I won't say who it is, but I had someone who's also a media member in Kentucky say to me that after listening to us, they tried Cornbread Hemp finally, and it has made a huge difference in the way they sleep. They actually thanked me about it yesterday. That can be you as well. Cornbreadhemp.com, promo codes KSR, 30% off. Little Christmas special here, Shannon. What's better under your tree or in a stocking than Cornbread Hemp?
Nothing's better than that.
That's what Santa wants to give you. Go to cornbreadhemp.com, promo code KSR. We'll take a break. I'm going to see if I can get this postcard working again. We'll be right back. This is Kentucky Sports Radio.